Oh no! That's for later. Hi everyone! Oh my gosh. I like set up a whole different camera thing so I can show a little bit of a video of a tiny bit of dyeing I did before the stream started. And then I forgot to remove it back from this one. Oh my gosh. Oh, Indy, I should have put on your bow tie. If you're gonna hop over. Hi, yes. Can you, I know I'm streaming and so you wanted to be a part of it. Hi. Can you wait? Okay, back, lay down. Okay, I will have to make the puppy happy while while we get started. But I need to make sure I can see the chat. Up here. Oh, I know, Indy. Oh, why are you doing that? No, Sharon, love it. Oh, thank you. Yes. So, hi, Andy. Okay. Why are you coughing? We're doing a fundraiser today, but I've got needy puppy who did something. Hi. Hi. What'd you do? Do you need to go outside? This is live! This is my life! Oh my gosh. Oh, Indy. Okay. Indy's birthday was this week and he just turned 12, but so hopefully he won't start barking so I can do an interesting. And oh my gosh, Anonymous, thank you so much for your donation to the Trevor Project. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Someone gave a $50 donation, yay! All right, it's June and every June I like to pick, well, hi everyone, I am Rebecca from ChemKnits. And welcome to the June 2023 ChemKnits Dye-Along live stream. Every month I try to pick a new inspiration photo for dyeing yarn. And in June, I like to pick a rainbow inspiration and to do a fundraiser for the Trevor Project along with my stream. And so every month when I do these dye-alongs, I invite all of you to participate at home, dye yarn inspired by the same photo. But because it's Pride Month, feel free to also submit yarn that you dye inspired by any of the other Pride flags. If you want to do like a trans Pride colorway, lesbian Pride, bi Pride, like please submit that. And just tell me because the colors are different. Like when you tag me with the ChemKnits Dye-Along hashtag on Instagram, just mention that it's for the June dye-along, and then I'll know for sure. Versus wondering if it was from a past dye-along. Just because there's a lot of different color options. But I just realized I forgot. So there's two ways you can submit photos. You can use the ChemKnits, where is it? Nope, here. The ChemKnits Dye-Along hashtag on Instagram, or you can go to the pinned photo, this pinned photo on Facebook, and reply with a photo comment there on Facebook. And what I realized I didn't do is link to that, so I'm going to do that right now. Because I try to link to the Facebook post in the video description. And you have until approximately the 15th of the next month to submit photos. And oh my gosh, I see another anonymous donation. 2 more anonymous donations for $10. Thank you guys so much. I haven't even had a chance to talk more about it, but let me get this link and put this link into our description. So I started off, here we go. I'm gonna pop the Facebook link post in. Hopefully that works. Yes, okay. That worked. Awesome. Thank you guys so much. Yeah, so I started the goal a little bit low because I have a milestone. If we raise $200, then I will match $200. I will donate personally $200, and then I'll increase the goal. But I started at $200 because if we hit that, which I believe we will, then I personally will donate $200, I guess, on stream the best I can. So, yeah. But if any of you are curious about the Trevor Project and why I have picked it for this fundraiser, it is an organization that provides crisis intervention, suicide prevention for LGBTQ and questioning youth. And as a parent, but not just a parent, but as a human, this is something that is really, really important to me, because every child deserves to have someone to talk to who can listen and provide love to them. And that is extremely, extremely important to me. I'm sorry, I'm getting emotional because, you know, my kids are still very, very young, and they are very, like, flexible children, right? And I would hope that someday, if they are questioning things, that they would feel safe to come and talk to me. But I also know I might make a mistake as they come talk to me. I might react in a way, even if it's positive, in a way that hurts them. And they might need someone to talk to someday. And a resource like the Trevor Project that has 24-hour support is so, so important to me. Because I know that there are grandparents, aunts and uncles and parents, siblings even, that aren't always supportive. And so everyone deserves to have a resource and to know about this resource as someone that they can reach out to and talk to. And so I think it's very, very important. Oh my gosh, Anonymous, thank you for donating $100. Oh my gosh, I can't even see right now the goal. If you want, so YouTube is covering all of the transaction fees. So 100% of your donations through the chat will go to the Trevor Project. Indy, I'll let you in a moment. 100% of your donations go to the Trevor Project. YouTube does not keep any of it. But I also have pinned to the Trevor Project in the chat, so if you want to go through the website and donate directly. So, yeah. Oh, my parents could learn something. I mean, okay, if anyone needs a mom hug, sister hug, whatever, hug from me to you. I'm getting so emotional because, like, as, you know, my friends that are parents get older, as well as our kids get older, you know, I know many parents who are trying to support their kids or advocate for their own families, and that is just, I care a lot. And so thank you so much, everyone. I know, Indy, I'm gonna let you in, but Mommy's getting emotional right now, okay? Oh my gosh, we're already at $175. You guys are amazing. Thank you so, so much. I'm gonna go let the dog in. Oh my god. You're gonna die for this. You have a gay son and a non-binary child. You can't donate today. It's okay. It's okay if you can't donate. You know, if you can, that's great. If you can't, that's okay too. Oh my god. And so, yeah, this is something I love. And I mean, I love rainbows, you know? I love rainbows. And so it's so fun. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry, guys. Amy, all right. I'm so sad, I lost my little, oh my gosh, I think we hit it. Because I just saw a Canadian donation come through, but I think we passed it. Thank you so much. We did! You guys, we hit the first goal in like the first 10 minutes of the stream. Oh my gosh, thank you. Thank you so much. Indy, we did it. Okay, I'm gonna go donate, as I said, I'm gonna go donate $200 right now. I just have to Just hang tight, everyone, please. Other. 200. And then I will change the goal. Oh. Wants my security code. That's fine. Oh my gosh. I am so happy. Thank you all so much. I'm gonna go change the goal. I'll try to, maybe I'll make it big. This will just take me a moment. Oh my gosh, I am so thankful. Okay. I was like, I had to find this year's. Set a goal. Is that a goal? Alright, I made a bigger goal. Oh my gosh. You guys are incredible. Oh, you love the wristbands? Yeah, I designed these a long time ago. It's just a very simple twisted rib. I was sad I couldn't find my headband, but I did find these and I had lost them for a while. Let me find, okay. I'll drop, it's a free, just a free pattern that I did. Randy, thank you for your donation. Thank you so much. And Anna Simkut? Anna Simkut, thank you so much for being the donation that pushed us over my first goal. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh, and I know I've missed like lots of chat along the way. And so if I've missed something, thank you for sharing your stories. And yeah, I mean, you know, as I said, I love dyeing rainbows, and I figure that the best thing that I can do is try to help raise money for a really good cause, a cause that, you know, I believe a lot in. Because, and while I dye, I think I'm planning to dye a lot of neon rainbows today, and I'm planning to dye at a request. I think I'm going to do like a neon blue, pink, and white colorway for the trans flag, because there was a request. But generally when I put things in the shop, I try not to market things specifically for Pride, because I don't want to try to make money off of Pride myself, because I need to fix the exposure, because it has become lighter in here. Because I don't identify as an LGBTQ artist, and so I don't want, you know, I don't want to. Why can you not? Here we go. Here, we'll go do this. And so I don't want to try to profit off of Pride, and so therefore I'm like, okay, well, I can do a big fundraiser, and then yeah, it's a way to show that I care, and so that's what I try to do. But yeah, this is the wristbands were I made them as like a free pattern. It's just a very simple knit, and I just did calculations so that way the stripes on either side would be the same size. The real chat was the yarn you dyed along the way. You guys are incredible. And of course it got brighter in here again. But let's get to some yarn dyeing. But thank you all so much. And a lot of people sell Pride stuff and then do donations, but I would say that, you know, instead of, oh gosh, and I don't have the name of the website. There's a website where you can find a lot of LGBTQ fiber artists. Oh shoot, let me find that. And so I would say go buy from one of them today instead of me. But let me find it if I can. yarn database. Okay, right. Okay, this is not the one that I was looking for. Shoot, what was the list? Did I link it last year? I meant to pull that this morning and then I forgot. Oh, does that website no longer work? Okay, fine. The website that I had last year didn't work. Here is one website that has some sorted for LGBTQIA makers and business owners, but that was one thing that I could find right now. Oh yes, no, rainbows are absolutely for everyone. Rainbows are for everyone. No, what I mean is that when I list things in my shop, I don't name things as pride yarn. And I try not to use pride hashtags and things in there as well. Because certainly, you know, if someone wants to make something for pride with something that I've dyed, then like, I put my love into it for the people that make things. And I put my love in there. But I just don't want to personally try to market things for pride, and so I was like, how can I, the way I feel comfortable doing like something for pride like this is because I can try to raise money for a for the Trevor project, and so then that's what I do. Yes. That's my reasoning. But I was like, oh, but it's also a time where like you can try to highlight your favorite makers who, you know, and support them and uplift them, and so that's yes, but let's get to some yarn dyeing. So some of the colorways that we're going to dye today are going to be involving darks. Morning! Oh man, I need to make sure that I can see the chat on my iPad. I wish I could make it bigger. I will do my best, even though my eyes are not as good as they used to be. But we are going to, yep, okay, good, on camera. We're going to start setting up for some resist. Because I'm going to dye a couple of colorways, I think, using like the light and dark, sort of like we have in our inspiration photo. Taking advantage of some fluorescent acid dyes. Is this done? Just about. Okay, I'm going to turn off the heat on the pot I have on the stove. And I'm going to take off my wristbands because I don't want to get dye on them, even though they're cotton. But so right here I have 3 skeins of, I think, unless I have some more elsewhere, I think these are my last 3 skeins of the, what was it, the silvery sock from Dyer Supplier that has like more stellina in it than any other yarn I've ever seen. Yarn Database also has a, oh great, I'm glad they have other filters. They have a BIPOC, even though I don't know if that's the way I'm supposed to say it. Filter, great, okay. I'm glad that, because I was like, that wasn't a site that I knew, but I was like, I think, okay, there's this, it wasn't the one that I had found in the past, and yeah. But anyway, we're going to dye some light and dark colorways, but then we're also going to dye some happy rainbows. Yes, I do have some zebra ready to go. And I think for these, what I'm going to do, can't tell where I am on camera, but we're going to do approximately, it's not going to be perfect on the sparkle yarn. We're going to go approximately evenly spaced with our zip ties. And then we will add the neon in later. And so we're going to do this on 300 grams. But I wanted to get this started, and then I will probably be able to remove the other yarn that I started that will also have some dark on it from the dye bath. And we can, then we'll sit down and watch like that video of what I did for that. Because I did that so that way, if it took a while for the dark colors to bind, then we wouldn't like be out of time or something with the stream. Yeah, and so I mentioned that I am also going to do a trans flag inspired colorway, and I'm going to do that with black light blue and I haven't decided which fluorescent pink, and a fluorescent pink. But I haven't decided. I may go more abstract, I think, and do, I don't know if it's going to be speckles or what, versus being more literal. There are, I saw some colorways that are new, like, I saw an amazing self-striping yarn for, like, the Progress Pride flag, and so it has, like, the black and brown stripes in it, too, and it was stunning. It was so pretty. But I don't remember who sells that. But yeah, as I mentioned, as you dye yarn, you know, you can share your rainbow creations. They don't have to be neon. Do whatever feelings this picture evokes. And if those feelings, you know, are one of the other pride flags, that is great. Just don't, I would never post anything that is offensive. Just don't troll. Actually, Nitpicks, and this kind of impressed me, they shared, I saw a post on Facebook where they shared like their colors. I don't know if it was a palette or what yarn line, but they're like, hey, for this flag, use these colors. I'm going to fix the exposure. So once again, I'm overexposed because the sun decided to come out. Figure video. Let's go. Just do default. No? Didn't do that? How about here? Default? Okay. Nice brown. Does anyone know if the color would stay on cotton yarn if you soaked it overnight in kosher salt water and coffee? I've not tried coffee dyeing cotton before. Oh man. But see, even though like, yeah, I don't know if I would ever list myself specifically as disabled, but, oh man, okay. So this yarn, I think, I don't remember how much nylon it is. If it was 60% superwash merino, 20% stellina, 20% nylon, it is incredibly sparkly though. Very sparkly. Oh, that's so pretty. I love a trans seal hat. That's like the description, Nancy's description in the chat of the hat is gorgeous. All right, but yeah, so I'm planning 2 colorways with the bright against the dark backdrop. We'll see how it goes. It's possible we might end up with too much color on the background here, but you know what? We're going for it. And I have gloves. But yeah, my goal is to bring joy today. That's my hope and joy. Yeah, so when I dyed wool yarn, and I think I did not, maybe I did one that was superwash once with coffee, I got a very light brown tint. It's amazing how many things will stain your clothes and then you won't get, like you try to do it on purpose and then it doesn't always work as well. All right, this is 100 milliliters of dark navy. And technically, right now, where you're looking at the image, it looks very black on the background, but there was a little bit of blue in the backdrop. And so that's why I've been going for a mixture of navy and black. But this one might have a little bit more black because that's what I have mixed. Okay. So far, 100 milliliters of black. We'll say this is about 140 milliliters of the 1% stock of True Black. But then I'm going to rinse out the bottles and my graduated cylinder. And try not to get any drops on my floor. So because these are the dregs of the bottles, we technically could have a little bit more dye than we thought. So that is approximate. Okay, let's clean up our little bit of mess, but I wanted to jump in and get this going so hopefully the colors strike and then we have time for things to cool. Let's see. All right. So now I'm going to take, oh, did I write it down? No. Chat remind me in a moment to write down 100 black, 140, sorry, 100 navy, 140 of black. Oh, I forgot. So I started with dry yarn. Oh dear. This is going to go over my gloves. I forgot that this yarn is not as absorbent as, say, Stroll. Let me go wash my hands. This is when I should bring longer gloves. Oh my gosh. I don't mind getting some dye on my skin, but I think that this means that I'm going to want to let this soak a little bit before we add acid, because there's no acid in here yet. A lot of times with resist dyeing, I like to start with dry yarn because I worry less about damaging the fibers when the fibers are dry. But we'll see how this goes, and let's give it, we'll give it like 6 minutes, and we'll start looking at what I did with the other yarn. My nose is so itchy. This is not boding well for when I put on the respirator mask. My nose is going to like itch constantly. But we'll let that soak in and I'll move it in a moment. Whoops. Okay. What was I going to say? Yeah, I could get the pasta insert, but then I'd have to wash the pasta insert. So we'll see. We'll see. Oh, right. I'm going to get my notebook. Did I leave it in here? Aha, I did. Resist, 100, navy, 140, black, and rinse bottles. 300 grams. Oh, okay. Wrote that down. And I'm going to give it another press down before I sit down because that's what I want to do because it's starting to sink in, which is great. But I don't mind if the color is a little uneven. All right. totally gonna stain the shower curtain, but that's what it's for. And why? I thought I fixed this. Figure video. I did, but the light keeps changing on me. You had an alarm go off on your phone and you don't remember what it was for. To brush your teeth. That could have been a long alarm. To start streaming. That's what mine are. Then to me. Yay, Tara, thanks for making a donation to a local charity to you. And what's up? Oh, you know what I should probably do? Let's do auto. Oh, but that made it so dark. That also made it so dark. Like, why does the light keep changing on me? Who had the dogs out? Love it. All right, but let's look at what I did earlier today. And while I'm sitting down, I'm going to put my wristbands back on. But yeah, they would not be very comfortable to wear with gloves, so I'm missing my hat. Okay, so earlier today, I wanted to dye 400 grams of hawthorn, but leave a portion of them white. And so we're going to go back to the beginning of the video. That has no laundry. Let's see, Carla, I'm going to try the lasagna technique on some Icelandic locks today. Ooh, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. Oh man, and I can't tell you all how often I can't tell you how often, oh my gosh, what the? See, if I do auto, it does it so dark. This is gonna drive me crazy. Like every other time I look and I'm overexposed. Oh, what? Wow. And I was not talking about what I was doing at all because I had that video playing. But I put 200 milliliters of navy and 200 milliliters of black. These were 1% stock solutions of Dharma acid dyes, slightly older ones. But I wanted a deep color that leaned like blue to kind of represent the darkness of the bricks, and I could have gone with straight black, but I thought that mixing the navy with black would be a nice way to do it. And then I wiped the edges. Before, and we can see slightly off camera, I have this spatula that I got a stainless steel set and I haven't ever really used because it conducts heat. And so what I started doing is putting the yarn over the arm of the spatula. This was pre-soaked, and hawthorn is 80% superwash fine Highland wool, 20% polyamide. And so even though I have zip ties sometimes I might put zip ties on the spoon, but I wanted to make sure more of the yarn stayed out of the pot, so I put the loop of the yarn around the arm of the spoon. And I tried to rotate the yarn, and oh, right here I think I noticed that's not hawthorn, that's stroll, so I'm ready to go get another skein of hawthorn. But I tried to pick a part of the yarn that is not where one of the ties is to have at the top of the spatula, because when we go, and I don't know if we're going to speckle or hand paint a neon rainbow in that area after the fact, when we go to do that, I wanted to be able to spread it out more, and so not having a tie there would be good. Okay, and so now the water is cold and there's no acid. And the reason why I'm starting this way is I wanted to get as much coverage as I could. And we're going to pause that and we'll come back. Because that was 6 minutes. And yeah, it's okay if we have some white patches. Poking that in, great. And the nice thing is that the areas that are in here that look dark feel dark. And so I don't know how much water there is, and I'm not really measuring with our acid today. I am taking a cup that I just poured white vinegar into, pouring a nice amount of that in. Just a good healthy splash. And now I am just gently moving it to stir it up. Setting the tongs down on those paper towels. And now I'm going to go and bring this over to the stove and start heating it up. And every once in a while I'll come and poke down some of the dry areas that I see, but you know, we'll see what we get in terms of these resist areas. Okay, setting a timer for 30 minutes for that, but we'll show off the other yarn in a moment. Okay, back to our video clip. So I'm adding the yarn in. And I tested the spoon first because sometimes I try to set something up with tongs across and then the tongs fall. But I found that the spatula portion fits in with that handle really, really well up there. And so, where did my things go? Oh, in my pocket. And so I did that. And then I started moving the yarn around on either side with the tongs. But I did wipe the inside of the pot because like if the yarn touches it, I didn't want to get it. And so that's why I did that. But yeah, now I'm also doing an unspecific amount of vinegar. But since this one I was going to start off stream, I did that whole cupful of vinegar and poured it around. I considered speeding this up, but it's kind of nice real time to try to react and narrate as I go. I knew that when I set this up that I was like, oh, I can increase the level of water in here. I'm now kind of wishing I could decrease the level of water because I wish that maybe there was a little bit more white, but I took the pot over to the stove so that way I could go heat set it. And now I'm going to go remove that yarn and show you. In cooking show magic, right? Because that's what we're going to do. Yeah, because it looked like the dye bath was clear. And the nice thing is that the spoon, oh yeah, the dye bath is clear, but it's a little bit orange. This happened in another video I was editing recently. Maybe it's something with the navy dye stock. Okay, here we go. So we have, and what's funny is that these areas don't have acid in them yet, so I'll want to remedy that. But we have these areas, and they might all be different sizes. Maybe not. But it's just a tiny little patch of white in a big patch of dark. And so what this will allow us to do is then get a tiny little rainbow section. This is not a novel type of colorway. Lots of dyers dye things like this, but I don't think I've ever done this with just a rainbow. So I'm going to set this aside now, and we can think about what else we want to create. Because that needs to cool. But I want to show you, I don't know if it'll show up. It's very slightly yellowish, that other dye bath. But the plan is then we'll make some solutions and hand paint on it. Now, I have been playing around with Jacquard's new fluorescent acid dye line, and I have done, and I'm going to share some pictures, I think, which I just decided I was going to do. Some pictures from, if you're a ChemKnits patron, then you've been able to see this video. This was last month's die-cut PS. I have to finish this month's before I post it, but I'm waiting for my pictures to load so then I can pull some in. I don't think I made a side-by-side with this. Hi, Amy. I know. Okay. So this is some 100% silk. Indy, hi. Hi, yes, I'm streaming. Oh, you got fur in your eye. This is some 100% silk I dyed with Jacquard acid dyes. They're new, like 6 colors of fluorescent acid dyes. It turned out really beautiful, but with the blue, I did mix in some of Jacquard's turquoise. And you can see that it is still fluorescent when I combine that turquoise color in with, it's still fluorescent when I combine the turquoise in with the black light blue. The problem is if I bring it into like a black room and have it arranged in such a way, the other fluorescent colors are so bright that the fluorescence in the blue gets drowned out a little bit. Even though there's no question that it's fluorescent. It's just, you know, when it's next to the yellow especially, then it's hard to see. So I have to take that into account with whatever it is we decide to dye today. And so, yes, and I'm happy to report that there were some people asking. So black light blue, if you don't know, is Jacquard's new acid dye that is a mixture of some blue acid dye with a colorless fluorescent acid dye molecule. And the ratio is such that you can still see the fluorescence. And so you can add blue to it and it'll still fluoresce, but you get a little bit less. And that is, I can show here. This is black light blue that I dipped into turquoise. And so then under the black light, you still get fluorescence there, it's just reduced. Even though this had the same amount of black light blue across the entire skein, it's about the ratio of the blue pigment to that colorless fluorescent acid dye pigment. And so that's what's important there. So I don't know if I'm going to try to use straight black light blue, but the reason for doing all of this like discussion, I did not prep all these in advance. Where are the 6? I have a composite. Here we go. Transform. Okay. So these are the neon fluorescent acid dyes from Jacquard, and you can see that black light blue is way less vibrant than the other colors. And so it's still fluorescent, it still fluoresces beautifully, but as far as the visible color you see under visible light, it's less bright. And so that's something that as we play today, we're going to need to take into consideration. Whether we want the blue, and it is bright with speckles, so we'll do that, but we need to consider if we want the blue to be really, really bright, or if we want it to still be fluorescent. And so that's the trade-off. Because you can use a lot more of the black light blue dye, but then I did notice a texture difference. So can you glaze the blue area? Can you dye the blue area first and then glaze with the fluorescent dye so the fluorescence is on the outside of the strands? So this is an interesting question, and I don't think it would work quite that way. So when you're using dyes, the dyeing process is very additive. Each layer of dye is, I mean, translucent isn't the quite right term, but it's additive. So if you do, if you have a bright yellow yarn and you over dye it with blue, you're not covering, I mean, you're adding to the yellow. Some of that yellow is still going to make an impact on what you see. And so yeah, I think that like when using like black light blue and then bringing out my black light on top of something dark, you might see a fluorescent speck, but that's because the powder is sitting on top. Once you have it sink in, then it isn't really the order that the colors go. I don't think makes a difference. However, I do plan to do a video some point of an order of operations where we're gonna have we'll dye some black yarn, we'll put black light blue on top, see what happens, and then also do the reverse. So that way we can say, like, is that order important? But from everything that I've done, I don't think that that's gonna make a difference. Semi-transparent, yeah, because you're not seeing, because like the yarn itself isn't transparent, but like imagine like is the yarn, it's almost like a hairbrush and like dust coming in, and I don't know, I don't have a good way to do it. Thank you so much for joining the stream. But yeah, so there's a little bit of internal debate for me over what to do with the black light blue. But let me tell you about the other yarn bases that I have pre-soaking. So I have some Stroll pre-soaked that will likely be a yarn mop. I have some Muse, and the Muse is like a thicker Aran weight single ply yarn. I have some of that pre-soaked. I don't remember if I pre-soaked the one that's got the Lorex strand. Shimmer from Wool to Dye For? I think I pre-soaked that. I don't remember now. But yeah. Oh, and some Zebra. I have some Sheila's Gold, which I forget if that's the 80/20 superwash merino nylon, because of course, all that stuff I did not write down. But yeah, we'll play on the Zebra. I'll show you that yarn. Oh, Gold Zebra. Here we go. Nope, that is not where I wanted that to go. Here. Oh, and if you are, I'm not in focus. Is that the one that I'm using? Okay, I guess so. And if you're just tuning in, we're doing a fundraiser for the Trevor project today. And so very early on, I should totally fix the focus. Oh no. Okay. And so, today we're doing a fundraiser for the Trevor project in honor of Pride Month. And so you can go to their website, which I have linked and pinned, but you can also donate directly through YouTube, and YouTube will cover all the transaction fees. So 100% of your donation will go to the Trevor project. And I matched I started the stream saying if we raise $200, I will donate $200, and so I donated on stream today too. And so, yeah, donate please. You caught up through Chipmunk. Oh, you were speeding up. Yes, I'm dyeing some of the last of the silvery sock I have from Dyer Supplier, but this is the Zebra, which I love so much, and I use it so much for dye-alongs because it brings in that black. It is a 2-ply yarn. One of the plies is just white, and the other is, I think one of them is all white. The other is like variegated white and black, but there's grays from like the way that the fibers are spun together. And so it starts off with this variegated base, which has been reskeined, right? And so then you can get a random pattern. And so, yeah, I'm gonna leave it up to you exactly how we're gonna dye this. I don't think I've speckled onto this yarn. I did do a neon yarn mop type technique on this yarn for the Spring Mini Skein mini series last year. So I might do something that's a little bit more repeating, but I'll let you guys say in the chat. But yeah, I also wish that there I mean, I think the website's even defunct, so I don't even know if I'll find anything. And if I miss a donation, I apologize. Ooh, maybe I can find it in the Wayback Machine. Okay, Wayback Machine, because this is awesome. If you don't know, you can sometimes find like an old website. Snapshot. Let's see if we find it. I think it's gonna work. Because this is the yarn we just did the resist for. Aha, it does give us a picture. Yeah, so, okay, I was right. 60% superwash merino wool, 20% nylon, 20% stellina. Okay, it's not going to like that because we're way back machining here. But I believe, oh, now I can say, this was originally created as a mistake. Like, they don't exist anymore, so I can share the things they've told me. They wanted to create a sparkle sock, and the mill put in so much, like so much the first time, because I believe that like when like with Selena, I don't know if there's some like acrylic with it too, so like the 5% isn't 5% of like the sparkle, but like 5% of that, however it is that they get it in, kind of thing. And so they did like way more and ended up with this, and then like decided to keep it, I believe is what happened. And so that was cool and a little blast from the past. With watercolor, the thing I was describing could be done with transparent watercolor paints. Each new layer of paint adds color, but you see the previous layers coming through. Yes. Oh, I'm sorry you're not a fan of the black light blue. Is it because the blue itself isn't super pigmented? I'm just, okay, I have some of the colorless fluorescent acid dye that I'm going to play with at some point. So I have that. They gave me some. They gave me some, but all right, let's bring out the zebra and we'll do something with it right now. Because as I just like sit and talk and think about yarn. How many, did I pre-soak 300 grams, I think? Yeah. Let's get a pan. And I think I want to do this with one of my favorite techniques, and we're going to start cold and stuff. It's not pigmented enough, yes. I plan to do a video mixing the black light blue with turquoise, but with more, because you can mix them and it is still fluorescent. Yeah, so I plan to do that video. I think the issue is that, you know, in order to have it be fluorescent, you need so much more of the ratio-wise of the colorless fluorescent acid dye in there. So I'll be playing with it today. But yeah, that's why, part of the reason why they sponsored a video from me, so that way I could be like, so I could say like, yes, it's fluorescent, but it does, you know, it's a pale fluorescent. Oh, and that's why I had, when I talked with Jacquard, because originally I think they called it electric blue, and I was like, a color named electric blue, you really, really want to feel the electricity, right? When you hear something named electric blue, you think it's going to be super neon. But the black light blue instead is more, what's the word? It looks more like when you shine a black light on something white and it looks a little bit like maybe pale blue, pale purple, but it's fluorescent. Okay, and I'm gonna update the camera. Change your mind, yeah. But see, like, I think I'm so excited about it because I've been dreaming of that for so long. Okay, so we have no acid right now. This is the zebra base that was just pre-soaked in plain water. But I am going to take a skein of Stroll. Oh, where are you? This, I'm going to make this smaller. And this, nope, I want to make it a little bit brighter. You mixed Aliho's fluorescent blue with blacklight blue, so it glows. Oh, nice. The one thing you can't really do with blacklight blue well, and even though when I mixed it a little bit, you know, with dip dyeing with hot fuchsia, it was still fluorescent, but it felt muddier. And so Jacquard does not recommend mixing it with pinks. Oh, right, I wanted to get a yarn mop going. So I am going to take one of my skeins of Stroll. And I'm going to dunk it in the dye bath that had the navy and black. Okay, which is still a tad warm. It definitely feels to me like it picked up a hair of whatever was in there that's a little bit yellowish, but I'm not worried about that. Okay, that's almost cool enough. Sorry. Okay. And so now we have a nice little steamy yarn mop that's going to be just off camera for me to wipe my hands on. I've never tried the Aliho's fluorescent blue because I saw pictures and the blue color didn't feel that neon to me, and so I wanted something that felt more neon. Okay, but the way I think I'm going to structure this, oh my, did I move? You did something weird. That looks so weird. No. It's on the whole screen, I think. You just see like a black line at the bottom, which confused. Oh no, that's just because of the aspect ratio. I was like, what is going on? So I'm trying to debate. Oh, one other thing we might do a little later is I might do some swatching of Jacquard versus Dharma acid dyes. And so I'm debating right here whose dyes I want to use. So I brought them all down. But yeah, I'm not the one that named Blacklight Blue. I just said I didn't think that the name Electric Blue was a good fit for the color. And so then they suggested some other names, and I was like, ooh, I like that one. So I like having friends at dye companies. It's very exciting to me. What are you? Aztec Gold. Oh, and I've got my muck dye in here. Not very much of it left, though. But yeah, if the colorless fluorescent acid dye were completely magical, well, I mean, I consider it to be a magical color. If it was magical in the sense that it could make anything fluorescent, then that would have been cool to have like a fluorescent black or something. But that's not really the way it works. But our silvery sock is looking great and nice and dark. Okay, so I'm going to pour on some water. Maybe I did 4 to 5 cups. And so you can see here that we are in like a nice low immersion category. But I think the way I'm going to structure this, because I'm planning to do sort of like a tableau, I'm going to have the blue at one end. And then I think we'll have pink up here at the other end. So I think we'll do blue, green, yellow. So we'll do electric blue, maybe with a little bit of turquoise on it. Chartreuse, fluorescent yellow, fluorescent orange, fluorescent red, and then hot fuchsia. And now the fluorescent red is another one that you want to use a little bit more of it, I think, to get a similar like neon feeling payoff. Yes, I'm an incredible, oh thank you, I'm an incredible way to spread new information. But yeah, they were like, do you want to help promote? And I was like, yes. But it was fun to test colors. But yeah, I mean, like, I had tested some colors for Tire Supplier like a few months before they went bankrupt. But that was funny. All right, I'm now wearing my respirator mask, safety glasses, and gloves. And please let me know if you can't hear me, because I'm trying to not project my voice so it doesn't echo and spread. Oh man. So one of my least favorite things to do while editing is to edit around when I'm wearing the respirator, because I tend to take really large breaths. And so there's a lot of pauses to give myself time to inhale and exhale. So I always thought that was funny. Now we are going to try, let's see. I'm like on this side moving the little like pots of color kind of in the way that I want them. But let's start with the black light blue. Aha, okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the color out. With the black light blue, I'm going really heavy. Using a ton of powder. And then I'm going to start working this through. Should have put the lid back on here. I'm going to want more. And I haven't thought about what I'm going to do. I guess I'll try to like flip like in tiny spots. A lot of these neon colors spread out a ton. And I don't think black light blue necessarily does. Oh man, my nose is so itchy today. Do I have my black light nearby? Where are you? Haha, I do. Oh, you can see like a chunk of powder up there. Oh man, and on the edge maybe. And then here's our yarn mop. And then with the black light blue. I'm not ever gonna get too good. Oh my gosh, I just saw it on screen. Oh my gosh. But yeah, there's like a fleck of powder up there. I'm gonna bring in more. Might be using most of this. See, I'm taking lots of powder here. Lots of it. To try to just increase that blue. And of course, this jar that I have right here is one that was, I believe, hand mixed in the lab.
versus done on the like machines. Oh good, it's going through to the other side. Have I ever done triangles using? Yes, I have. I've done the triangles, not with black light blue yet. I have done triangles using, not jacquard, but with Dharma. They're fluorescent lemon, fluorescent fuchsia. Okay, I'm coming in with a tiny bit of turquoise, just like a little bit. And that little bit, oh my gosh, I should show you the yarn mop. Look at how much brighter. Now, granted, I had dye still on my fingertip when I brought this on, but oh my gosh. I brought just a tiny bit in, and I am mixing this in as a powder to give just a little bit more blue payoff here. And I'm spending a lot of time on this edge, sort of building that up. Okay, I'm going to turn off the heat. Oh, our sparkles look so pretty. But I'm going to show, and I'm going to need to work that through more. I'm going to show, we're still very fluorescent, right? It's still very, very fluorescent. So, just about the proportions. Because yeah, I'm just going to be a lot lighter when it comes to some of these other colors. And actually, maybe what I'm going to do just for this end, make sure my fingers are nice and dry. Come in with a bit of this powder so you can get a, maybe you can see just how much I've been adding. And if we need to, towards the end, we can add a little bit more turquoise. But I want to wait to do a lot of that because I want to see how our blue stands up to the other colors we're going to be adding. And so I spent a lot of time on our blue. You're putting together a chart for your spreadsheet and you're just supposed to put a green section. Oh no, I'm distracting. Yeah, so back to the question. I'm going to do safe, well, the original name was Safety Yellow. The name is no longer Safety Yellow. But I'm going to come in with the fluorescent yellow. I'm just adding a bit. And we're going to work this through. We're going to do this before the green and the orange. But like with just a little bit of powder. See the payoff that we have here? In comparison with the blue. Okay. And how are we? Yes, it's going through multiple layers. What will probably happen is that I'm not going to flip the yarn until we've applied heat. And then at that point, we can add more color, which might be splotchier. We'll see how it all goes. Maybe we'll still do that cold. But you can see how much the yellow is spreading as well. And I think I will add a little bit more of the yellow. I'm making sure my hands are completely dry before going back into the dye. And so this is working pretty well with these dyes, but I do find it challenging. This feels like a lot. I do find it challenging to get a pinch of dye for speckling, but maybe I'm getting better with these jars. And so my finger that has a lot of dye on it, I'm trying to move that all down and around. And so the reason for doing this yellow first is because when I do the green, I'm going to be very careful so we can try to preserve some of the yellow. Because if I already had the green there and I'm squishing this big over there, then we might end up losing it. But what ratio of blues did I use? Oh goodness. I did not measure right now. And I forget in the Dye Talk PS video what I did. But actually, the blue is looking, right here is looking brighter to me than the yellow. But I've used a lot more of the blue. So maybe we have something that stands up. Okay, let's do the green. Whew. But right now, oh weird, on camera, this looks yellow under the black light. It's funny that it all looks blue right there. What was I going to say? What ratios? I used like way less of the turquoise than the black light blue. Okay, this is our chartreuse. And because I have a feeling some of this might spread, I'm being like just very careful so we don't lose our yellow. And we will add more green. So that when I, oh dear, I had too much on my thumb. That's okay. That's okay. We have no acid if you're just joining in. We're doing a fundraiser for the Trevor project today. You can donate. It's just under the chat where you can donate, and YouTube will cover the transaction fees for your donation. But you can also go straight to Trevor Project and donate there. Okay, I'm going to add a little bit more green. Chartreuse is not a new jacquard color. It's one that they've had for a while. But it's funny because they sent me more of the yarn. The yarn is going to all have new labels on it at some point. So the fluorescent colors, their 6 fluorescent colors, will have black labels, which I thought is fun. Okay. Now let's go to the other end and do the pink. And for all I love hot fuchsia, I'm the least excited about doing this just because we have the zip ties over here. Yeah, at some point, so videos that I have planned include a qualitative, actually the video with dip dyeing black, light blue into other colors did not do well. I don't know if it's because it was like spring mini skein mini series week, but that video, I was sad. After the stream, go give it some love. Did not get very many views. Oh, I used a lot of this. I used a lot of the pink. What was I going to say? The video. No, but I do plan to do a like color mixing black light blue with turquoise in a very quantitative way, so we can see like where the fluorescence really goes down. We'll likely add more pink, but I want to make sure that we have space for all of our colors. Okay, we've got the fluorescent red, which I adore it as like yarn mop and speckles. It is a beautiful red. Now Nancy in the chat tends to know what colors are made out of. My hypothesis is that this color has some fluorescent yellow and hot fuchsia in it. And this is from learning sorry about the dog. This is from learning in general that if you mix a fuchsia with yellow, you get red. But let me go assist there. I definitely will add more paints. Wait, Amy. Okay. But yeah, I'm using the hot fuchsia as sort of like our purplier color here. Adding just like a little bit more on. I wanted to, and maybe we'll use vivid violet in some of these other colors, but Jacquard doesn't like market vivid violet as a fluorescent. And so maybe we'll do them with Dharma and use Purple Pop. I haven't decided. Certainly you guys can like suggest color palettes and things in the chat. You have a list of the different companies and their pure dyes. I know you're always like in the comments, you're like, oh, this has this and this. And I'm like, oh, awesome. And of course I don't write it down. But Nancy's comments are always like super informative. All right, I'm gonna do a little more fluorescent red, just to up the redness of it. Oh, but this, yeah, this in combination with the fluorescent orange and aquatropic, which I still love about. Those colors together is just like an amazing, amazing combination. Okay, we're coming in with our orange next. Fluorescent orange, which is also pretty. And I'm curious, maybe we'll do this. We'll remove the yarn from the dye bath, but maybe we'll do like a crude swatch and comparison, and I'll film like a little episode of Dye Pot Weekly for that, because I am curious. But this was actually, this type of colorway, not with these colors, was something that I prototyped when I did the rainbow SMS. But the reason why I ultimately did not go for something like this is because it took a really long time to set the colors. And so lasagna wise maybe it would work, but it just, like having limited pans and stuff, if I have to spend, you know, if it takes hours for me to complete every single colorway, I'm not going to be able to do, you know, 40 plus skeins of it easily if I can only do 2 or 3 at a time. So that was my rationale. Ooh. Oh, I pumped up that volume. Cool, we're gonna spread you. Don't like touching these when my hands are wet, but of course I was so excited that I did not like go in. Oh, but she's coming together so pretty. I have no idea how things are going beneath the surface. Again, we might end up adding more color. Oh, but she's so pretty. Oh my gosh. Okay. Bring these dyes over there, and let's bring out the black light. Wow, the blue is looking one of the most vibrant to me right now. The difference between the pink and red are so pretty. The orange, which is funny because I see a lot of the orange in person. The orange isn't feeling that bright to me right now. But the blue is standing out. Okay, chat. I'm gonna wash my gloves, come sit down for a minute, but let me know if you think I need to pump up the volume of any of these colors before we add acid.
Because I need to know. Oh, man. Ow. I just sat down so goofily. Oh my gosh. And where was I going to go? That's not what I wanted to do. Oh yeah, that is where I wanted to be. Okay. Yellow and green a bit. Yeah, I mean, looking down here, I can see that. Maybe a bit more yellow. Yeah, I could do more yellow and green. I'm seeing that here, looking at the monitor. In person, I see them more, but yeah. Nope, that is not what I wanted. This is not what I wanted. This is what I wanted. And I didn't see just now. I didn't see if, words, brain. I didn't see what it looked like with the black light just now. You've been, okay, yeah, I might do a little bit more yellow and green. I'm happy with how the blue is like standing up, but also because it's like a little bit further from the yellow, because I was so surprised when like I put the whole rainbow silk in the closet and I was like, the blue's just not giving its energy that it was before. But as I showed earlier, when you layer the turquoise with black light blue, eventually you overpower it. And so I think the way that went in that video is I dyed a 1% depth of shade of black light blue, and then I dip dyed it into a 1/4 gram of turquoise maybe. I'll have that'll be in the video description, the exact proportions, but I definitely started with way less of the turquoise. Yeah, the margins of the green and the yellow need more color. Sounds great. Sounds great. Have a sip of Coke. Which puts myself out of focus. But yeah, I love the zebra base. It is so, so fun. I am kind of missing purple pop, but maybe I'm like debating what we should do in what order. Because like part of me wants to swatch all the colors. But I also am like, Rebecca, don't completely overdo everything. You have limited time. Oh my gosh. Oh, there were some big clumps of navy. Left in there. Okay, this is what I'm gonna do. Sort of messing with my order of operations, but we're gonna put you in the sink. So I have that clear. We are, yeah, okay, even in person now, stepping away and coming back, which actually is a technique I highly recommend, to like step away and come back sometimes. I can see that the borders are wanting for a little bit more something. Okay. I need to put my mask back on. Safety is important.
even though I dislike it. Rainbow, fluorescent, and zebra. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, let's do the yellow. I'm going to do a bit, not a ton in the middle, but I'm bringing the powder more to these edges a little bit with the yellow. And see, this is a circumstance where I'm afraid to flip the yarn. Not because I am, what on earth? Something fell. I'm afraid to flip the yarn, not because of the yarn itself, but because I don't want the colors to all run together. I want them to be able to be separate. I'm still going to add a little more green, but a little more of the chartreuse, but I think just doing that yellow helped. But I can say that powder-wise, I used way more of the black light blue than I did of anything else. Okay, and this time the green, I'm coming closer to the border with the yellow, but that's because I intentionally stayed very far away at first. And because of the way the yarn is scrunched, we might have like some variegated, like the color transitions aren't necessarily going to be like incredibly soft. But oh, this is pretty. And you can see where I accidentally got green onto the blue, which is fine. Hopefully these colors like all equilibrate like something a little bit nice. Okay. What I'm going to do is get some more vinegar in this cup, because I know that I haven't been measuring today, but we probably should. But if you were a tablespoon and I didn't put you away, where would you be right now? Seriously? I have too many different containers with like okay. How do I have so many sets? Oh, it was right on top. So I will want to add more water, I think, before I put heat on, but I'm going to add multiple tablespoons. 3, 4, okay. Maybe like 5 or 6, and then I'm going to work it through, starting at the yellow. And then working down. Okay, and then before going on to the pink and the blue, wiping my hands on the yarn mop. You can see there's a fair amount of blue in there, which is great. Lots of pink. You know, if I cover it, it might be okay on the stove, but I think I'm going to bring it to the stove and let it sit for 10 minutes before we turn on the heat. And I'm also going to take a picture of it because that way I don't forget. Is my like hand moving weird across the screen? Oh no, it looks fine. Phone. I love zebra. Oh my gosh. And then I'm also
'cause I gotta. Okay, this is funny. Because, I mean, maybe it does seem there's some areas that are lighter, but the fluorescence with the orange and the lemon are very much like where they first were put, which is just funny to see. Sing along with the die. Welcome, welcome. I'm glad you could catch me live. Okay, I'm going to set this on the stove, set a timer, and then at the same time, we are going to remove our resist yarn that we started with. So I'm thinking that for the hawthorn that I showed the pre-recorded video for, I think for that one I am going to want liquid dyes. But I think for this one, once it cools, I want to use dye powder still to put the color in those little sections. But oh my gosh, is that silver stellina just popping out of these colors. It is gorgeous. It is so pretty, and my phone is in my pocket. I will take a picture and then I will hold this up because we are nice and steamy. What did it do? That did something weird. Okay, pictures for recap. All right, you need to go cool off. Ooh, I just saw it moved from one of the resist points. Like when I put it down, and we've got a great sharp little spot. I mean, we could totally do this with liquid dyes, but I think I'm going to do powder and just sort of like tap it out. But I'm going to have to think about how we're going to do it so we don't end up with like color transfer between different spots. Ooh, I don't know how we're going to do it. I mean, I suppose we could do it in stages. Like we could do 2 colors, then steam set that, and then do other ones. And we could do that progressively like that. Because with this yarn that is cooling nicely, but I'm going to move it. When we do this, we'll like use like a brush or something to paint the colors on, and then I'll wrap the section probably in some kind of cling wrap. Oh, and I'm okay. I just tripped on the cord. We'll do it on cling wrap, and then we will steam set that, but we'll wrap it up that section. But I am going to take a very, very brief break. And so then I will be right back. But while I'm gone, make donations to the Trevor Project as I'm out of focus. All right, I will be right back. coming back. And I'm adjusting the camera again. Someday I can have an assistant. Who can do this while I stream? Wait, I missed the song. Oh, I'm glad the Selena was visible even over the steam. I have songs pop into my head all the time, and I have to try to not sing them. Oh my gosh! I'm gonna try to not start singing, at least on that song, because yeah, it's funny what like copyright claims will do. Okay, so yeah, so here's the conundrum that I have. So once we remove the resists, there's going to be 6 spots where I want to add color. You know, I'd probably be able to arrange it in a steamer basket with the colors each at an edge, and then some of the dark part in the middle, and then I can sort of set them on top of one another. That would work, because I'm like, I don't want to bring out plastic wrap for just like 6 tiny little spots of color, where I'm going to take a little powder, sort of sprinkle it on, like massage it in, and then do that again and again at those 6 spots. That's my plan there, so we have those little pops of color. Which, okay, if I'm going to mix liquid dyes for one, I can mix liquid dyes for the other, and then I could have those liquid dyes. I could do that. It may make more sense to do it with liquid dyes than powders. I was just like, ooh, I could do this one quickly, and then, yeah. Okay, but now, here's the question. Okay. Okay, I added a poll. Should I, when I'm on this resist colorway where there's spots for 6 colors, we know 5 of them are going to be black, light blue, maybe with a little bit of turquoise, chartreuse, fluorescent yellow, fluorescent orange, likely hot fuchsia, although maybe then, depending on this, I could do a second poll if we should use hot fuchsia or if we should use fluorescent red. But should I use purple pop? Because Vivid Violet from Jacquard is a beautiful bright purple. It does have a fluorescent pink in there. However, it is not marketed as a fluorescent purple. They don't market it as a fluorescent color. I'm curious how it will speckle. I haven't done that yet, I don't think, so. But yeah. Wait, I'm missing something. Use your zip ties for resistance in small areas. Of course, you have a lot of them. Oh, I know, but ever since, like, a couple of years ago, I keep, like, something made some of my zip ties brittle. And I don't know, maybe it's some of the ones that have been boiled a lot and used as resist a lot. And so they've been, like, sort of blocked into place, like, curled and then more opened up. I don't know. But the zip ties as a resist is, like, the least annoying way to do a resist. I have a video where I did zip ties, I did acrylic yarn as resists and like butterflied it in, and then I did thread as resist. And the thread gave the most beautiful tiny white speckles on our background. It was stunning, but it was such a pain to remove from the yarn, and I was so afraid I was going to cut the yarn the whole time. So I don't do it that way anymore. I don't do it that way. But yeah, I had a feeling that Purple Pop might be the winner. But I could do, okay, wait, I'm going to redo this poll. Okay. Because I have a different question. And I have, because you can do 4 options on a poll. Okay, on the resist colorway, version 2, Use purple, pop, and hot fuchsia. Use purple, pop, and fluorescent red. Use hot and fluorescent red. Okay. I redid this because rather than asking one question and then asking another, I should just ask the question that I want, right? All right, excuse me. I am going to go and start turning on the heat on our zebra colorway. I'm going to peek. I mean, yeah, I'm expecting there. Ooh! Chartreuse is looking paler. I didn't check all the other colors. I'm going to add onto the yellow some of my water. And I'm pouring it over the yellow because if that color spreads, that's okay. But then the water is going to kind of travel from the yellow towards the edges versus the other way around. Okay, and now I'm going to turn on the heat. Double check that the burners are all on. Yes, they are. And I'm going to cover it with tin foil. What was that? That was weird. Okay. All right. And as you guys are thinking about what colors we should do, ooh, awesome. That may not have been what I would have expected, but I like that. Let's see. Oh, I'm so glad you like my videos. Thank you. And I can't say your names, but maybe AbleKnit? Yes. There's a special tape they use for iCat dyeing, but it's very pricey. Ooh, that's cool. Yeah, I've never checked to see how they do iCat stuff, which is gorgeous. I want to tie dye more shirts this summer too. I'm now getting shorts with like the most beautiful shapes and stuff. I did hearts once and stars once. I folded it for stars. That was cool. Use all three. So I could use all three on the other colorway that I'm doing, but for this resist one, I have 6 white patches, so I could do 6 colors. Shoot, what was I? Did I set a timer? I think I did. Okay, I will reduce the heat in a moment. I'm going to reduce the heat now. The nice thing about using foil or some kind of lid is that it traps in some steam, which means that your yarn is less likely to dry out, and it also distributes the heat throughout. Okay, thoughts. Yeah. Okay, wait. So the other thing, oh, that's what I wanted to do. Excuse me. Oh, funny. Okay, some of those screenshots are like super old. Oh, because I should be using this one. Nope. Oh my gosh. Those are our neon colors. Okay, I did not keep the other ones on here. Here we go. This is where I wanted to go. And so I wanted to share some of the rationale for the color order and having blue on the end and moving pink and purple to the red side. Oh, this is so interesting. I love it. This is why it's worth asking the audience what I should do, right? Where are you? Here we go. Okay, so this is, again, I showed the silk colorway. So this colorway that I have right here, this is under white light. I used the 6 fluorescent colors from Jacquard, but you can see a little bit of purple in between the black light blue, which did have some turquoise blue in there as well. and the hot fuchsia. Under black light, see how that purple section looks dark compared to just about everything else. And that is unlike that intersection between the black light blue and the green. And it's the same with the intersection between the green and the lemon. Those, even though the light in this picture right here is closer to the blue and the pink, is where it's starting. And I really just had wanted to show that, like, that little dark section of purple, this is showing how the pink pigments and that fluorescent colorless acid dye that's in black light blue, the fluorescence starts to cancel each other out when they are mixed. And so that's why Jacquard doesn't have like a great fluorescent purple. The color of that is beautiful. Where are my dip dyed? And people commented that this looks like looks like broken violet, which made me gasp. So this was black light blue dipped into hot fuchsia. And there is still some fluorescence in the middle, but you can see that both ends are much more fluorescent than what is at the top of the screen right here. And so that's because when you add them together, even though there is more fluorescent molecules there than there are at just the blue end, it is killing some of that fluorescence. And it's just too bad. And that, I should also compare, okay, this is that same skein that was dip dyed, and then a skein that is just pastel hot fuchsia. And the pastel hot fuchsia is like fairly bright all over, even though it is more pastel. And so even the little bit of black light blue with the hot fuchsia is like less bright feeling, which was too bad. But anyway, I figured that that would be helpful to show like why I'm making some of the decisions. And so that is why, right. After school. Okay. Yes, let's see. Your seals with the trans colors is on your Ravelry page. Okay, let me look at, I'll look that up. But I'm not, I don't know if it was fixed. There were some people that would get migraines from like the new Ravelry design. And so, let's see. Nope. I'm going to search for, I found it. Oh, that is so pretty. Well, let me just pop the image in. No. Okay, I'm going to pop a photo of this into chat. This is Nancy's Sea of Seals like hat in the transparent colorways. That's really pretty. That's really, really pretty. I was like, ooh, I can go find it and bring it in. The hat's not your design. Yeah. You're curious about black light blue dipped with fluorescent yellow. Yeah, I think that it's not about the saturation of the colors, it's about the way the colors interact with one another. And so oh gosh, of course I don't have, oh, nope. Here we go. So in here, if I turn on the fluorescence, there isn't like that dark spot in between the black light blue and the chartreuse. So I think that that should be okay. And I think it would be really pretty because you would get, I think you can get a really great fluorescent teal. Yeah, but Anyway, now I'm going to give another plug for the Trevor Project. I can find, there we go. And so if you're just tuning in, today I'm doing a fundraiser for the Trevor Project. In honor of Pride Month, I try to do some kind of rainbow every year for Pride Month for the ChemKnits Dialogue, and then also raise money for the Trevor Project. And I started the goal out at $200 this morning, and in the first beginning of the stream, I said if we hit that, I would donate $200, and we did, and I did, and so that was awesome. But the Trevor Project is an organization that provides support, crisis intervention, suicide prevention for LGBTQ and questioning youth. And I think that it is really important, not just that this organization exists, but that people are aware of it, and that kids and teens especially have heard of it. So that way, if they feel like there's no one they can talk to and no one that can understand what they're going to, that there is a resource out there for them specifically. And so, yeah, I'm sure they have magnets. I should get a Trevor Project like magnet and just like have it on my fridge, just like low key or something, because people should know, because I said this at the beginning, but I hope that if my kids or their friends ever need a grown-up to talk to, I would hope that they feel safe coming to me. But they might not. And I want to acknowledge that as a parent, I could mess up and say something wrong, even though I have the best of intentions. And so having people who understand who kids can talk to is so, so important. And so, yeah, I mean, I want my kids to know that I love them no matter what, but, you know, sometimes grown-ups like respond in a way that isn't great, even when they're trying to be supportive. And so, you know, there are reasons why kids might want someone else to talk to and not just their parents. And maybe also because they know, in the best case scenario, maybe they know their parents will say, I love you no matter what, no matter who you are, but they still could be afraid, you know, and like, I just want kids to feel safe. And so please consider making a donation. There should be a box underneath the chat if you're on the web browser, or in the pinned comment I have a link to the Trevor Project. But if you donate through YouTube, the money goes directly to the Trevor Project. It's not coming to me first, and YouTube is covering the credit card transaction fees. And so I think it's really important to me. And yeah, I just should like play this part of my video for the kids, or some of my kids, because like I believe this, but I don't know if I've said this specifically to them, but also I don't think they know that like your identity is a struggle. Because they know that, like, you know, people marry, like, you know, mommy and daddy got married, but sometimes kids have two moms, sometimes they have two dads. And, you know, we try to talk, like, with language around certain body parts. I try to use the language, well, most girls have this, or most boys have this. You know, mommy does not have this because, you know, that's something that most boys have, but I try to use that language because, like, there are kids in the neighborhood who are trans, and I don't want our kids to hurt anyone emotionally by surprise or something. So we try, but like, I haven't like been like, oh, this resource is available, and maybe I need to just like mention what this is to them, because I mean they're young, but yeah, it's funny because like, and this has nothing to do with like Pride Month, but you know, Lucas is now 9 and he still shares like everything with me, even though I'm not cool anymore, and so he doesn't want to like seem like, he doesn't want me to hang around his class if I'm volunteering at school necessarily. He's like, okay, Mom, go back to your station, or go home, Mom. But then yesterday, because Ryder was homesick, Lucas walked home from the bus by himself, and he saw me like go out front to wait for him, and he ran into my arms and gave me a big hug, and it was wonderful. But I know that, like, you know, right now he comes to me and he's like, hey, this is private, like, don't tell Ryder or something. And like, that's fine, you can tell me like stuff. And I really hope that that will continue, but you know, you don't know. And yeah, but anyway, this is super special. And I'm gonna make the fundraiser show up on, like, certainly the recap. The fundraiser that I have here goes through July, but like, that doesn't matter. Like, I would love, because I increased the goal from $200, knowing that at 200 I was going to do 200, and so we would get there. I raised it to 1,000. Last year we raised 500. You know what it is, whatever we raise, it's good. Like, if we don't hit the goal, that's fine. But if I can raise awareness that maybe someone hadn't heard of them before, heard of the Trevor Project, then that's great. So, yeah. Because yeah, I'm like, what? How? Yeah, that's all. I don't remember what I'm waiting for at this point. I guess I was waiting for things to cool. I probably need to mix up. I'm probably going to mix up dyes. Yeah, and like, this is also completely separate, but my youngest identifies as a boy. He was assigned boy, he was assigned male at birth, but he has long hair and likes to wear rainbow sparkly shoes, and so he gets misgendered all the time. And so we've talked a lot about how, you know, he has a he/him pin that sometimes he'll wear at the start of camp or something, so that way the grown-ups around there will notice. But like, he's been misgendered at the dentist office, and I'm like, you have his chart that has like everything on there, but just because he has long hair, like, he gets misgendered. So yeah, and you know, and as kids, like, you know, it's just like, it's not, if someone asks for pronouns, it's not a big deal to use those pronouns. Like, if someone says, hey, don't call me by this nickname, like, if someone tried to call me Becky, I would be like, that's not my name, don't call me that. And so, like, yeah. But yes, and I said this earlier, if anyone needs a mom hug, I know I'm young to be some of your moms. Actually, I'm probably young to be everyone who's watching's mom. Oh man, but yeah. Oh. It's hard when kids care, and so yeah, I've talked with Ryder about advocating for himself, and you know, and we talk about assumptions and how, like, you know, how you can't always assume, and like, it's just interesting with like them being so little. Okay, it's still warm, but let's remove our resists, because like, I'm always torn. I don't like using liquid dyes very much. That's not my favorite way to apply color onto anything. But on the flip side, so I don't love it. But on the flip side, like, sometimes it's easier to deal with liquid, and I don't love wearing my respirator mask. So, oh yeah, I still have the pull up. But I'm gonna leave that pull up for a bit. Okay, let's see. You're everyone's mom too. Aww. Yep, hair is just hair. But he gets upset when it's, because like, it's funny because kids sometimes will make a mistake, and you know, we've talked about, like, you know, speaking up, advocating for yourself. But it's hard when like grown-ups at his school make the mistake. And yeah. But what's funny is he's like, ooh, I want a mohawk. And we're like, okay, you can have a mohawk. I was like, you're gonna have to cut your hair a lot shorter, because like, that's what a mohawk is. And then he goes, oh, never mind. I am probably gonna make him, it's like past his shoulders right now. I think I'm gonna make him cut it a little bit shorter for summer, because detangling it with like swimming in a lake at camp is just really, really challenging. And so I'm like, it could still be long, but you need a good trim, because it's been 9 months, I think, since he's had a haircut. Uh-oh, did I pull out? Where did you come from? There, okay, that's fine. But here, our resist worked great, spaced out like that. And so I think this isn't going to be my plan. We'll have to see. There's like some rogue ones that are weird, but I think I'm going to try to then arrange it in the steamer basket, something like this. So that way we can have the colors on the outside, hopefully not touching very much. That is my, because what did Phoebe say? Like, I don't have a plan. I don't even have a pla. So we'll try. We'll try. Your oldest went from hair to shoulders and then buzz cut. Oh my gosh. I have never seen the musical Hair, and I think it's been on my list. Is there a movie now? You wish for a day when people don't care. Yeah. I mean, I'm hopeful for the future because, like, you know, the kids, like, just don't, it's like not, you know, they're like, oh yeah, of course, like, this friend actually has 2 moms and this friend has 2 moms. And then Ryder's like, well, but if, and then we had the conversation, okay, but if I marry a boy, how do we make a baby? and that's what precipitated a big conversation. Oh man. That was funny. Oh, kids are cute. Sparkle, sparkle. Yes, the sparkle is looking amazing after the navy. It's like, I can't quite see the chat. I can mostly see it. Okay. Okay, because another option would be for dealing with these colors. And I think I'm going to do them one at a time. So there might be differences in the final dye lots, but I think that's going to be the easiest way for me to do this. And I think I am going to do powders so that way I'm not introducing more liquid. What was I saying? I'm sure there might be some white spots I missed though. That has me a little bit nervous. Oh, but you know what? And this is always, always true, everyone. If you miss a spot after you're done dyeing, you can always dye that one spot. Is it really old, from 1979? Okay. Because, like, I keep, like, I don't know why, like, in my head, like, I see, like tiny little, like, clips and stuff from the show. But I was like, that's one musical I don't know well. That I've never seen. I've also never seen Cats. Otherwise, like, I love musicals. But usually I watch, Keith will, like, go to see a musical with me, but he is not as much of a musical fan. But, oh man, now I'm getting excited for middle school and high school. I'm like, I wonder if my kids will want to act. That would be fun. Okay. Let's see, how are we going to deal with this? Okay, I am going to set up a big old steamer basket. Using a dye bath from earlier. Oh, this is nice and steamy. I'm afraid I'm peeking in on the rainbow. All right, we're still looking rainbow. That's great. Reducing the heat there. Need the basket. Okay, if I were a lid, where would I live? sure. Oh, I would be under a pan. That is not where I would be. All right. Let's do this. Oh, let's see the winners of the poll. Purple Pop and Hot Fuchsia seem to be in first place with 50%. Do we need to do a recount because it's not a majority? Ha 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 ha. Yeah, we'll do Purple Pop and Hot Fuchsia. And then depending on how it looks when we see it on the yarn, if we feel like those colors feel a little bit too close together, what I can do is words. I can layer some fluorescent red on top of that. Okay. Mask on, glasses on.
And so in the way I'm going to do this, some of these colors may go onto our dark sections. I am, as of this week, I'm officially 39 and a half. So that is how old I am. All right. We're going to start with the yellow. That was a lot. Maybe too much. I'm going to see how this goes. Where is the rest? And if there's a spot close by that's white, I will add it. We're going to stain the countertop. That is okay. Then I'm just adding the color and mushing it around. I'm wiping my hands on the yarn mop. Okay. Oh, this is going to be really pretty as I make a mess. Okay, green. I don't want to overdo it. You might need to add some more powder on the other side. That is okay. I think I still have some powder right there. But the green is actually doing a really nice job spreading through and not feeling completely broken either. So I might not actually need more. Okay. I'm going to spread this out a bit before our blue. Now, initially here, we'll notice something and we might be able to answer a bit of a question. Maybe. Look at how bright the black light blue is right here because it's so concentrated. Okay. Because what I want to see now, just quickly, oh, I really did pull that out. Okay, I don't know if you guys can see, there's a little bit of fluorescence on the counter. And yeah, I mean, you can see like a hint of some glow around it, but it's definitely reduced when it's on the dark. Because some people are wondering, okay, if you put the powder on top of a dark color, will that work? And I mean, never say never, but my hypothesis is no. Unfortunately. Oh no, as I potentially mess everything up. But again, I'm using a lot more of the black light blue than I am of other colors around here. And that's just because it is overall so much less pigmented. Okay, I'm going to need to get purple pop. Let's do orange. It probably would have been faster to do this with liquid dyes. Hopefully I didn't overdo it. I haven't investigated how fluorescent orange breaks. I feel like it breaks more orange and pink than Dharma's fluorescent safety orange. So I can't say for sure. Hot fuchsia. Hot fuchsia is such a pretty color. Okay. And so even with acid, and there's like a rogue white spot there, I'm gonna dye that pink. Even with acid, I'm able to move these colors through pretty well without adding a lot of liquid in, which is nice. Okay. I need to get the purple pop color. Which purple pop has, I would say, some blue in it, and then the same sort of fluorescent pink color. You can see it is very, very close to hot fuchsia. And whatever the blue pigment is that's in it, strikes very quickly. And so, oh dear, I really want to try to avoid getting it on the blue. And fluorescence-wise, it is not as bright as like the pink or the yellow and stuff, probably because it's got blues in there. You can see rogue little guy, and in color. Okay. All right, now what we're going to do now is first take a picture before I go and mess this up. This is so pretty. Okay, I'm not going to take a black light picture, but we're going to bring the black light on Oh, this is fun. Yeah, the purple pop does not glow as much as the other colors. And again, maybe that's why Jacquard, with their version, decided to not market it as fluorescent. Okay. How am I going to do this? Okay. This kind of worked. That's how I arranged it in the basket. Now, I set a timer, and here's the conundrum. Because if we, something, I'm gonna wipe this down. Okay, so here's the conundrum, because we could go and do the next skein right now. And actually, maybe I'll do the next two together. We'll try to like lay it on top of each other and do it that way. But I was like, oh, because I can try to put them in the steamer basket at the same time, but I risk accidentally dropping the blue on top of the yellow and then staining that. So I think what we'll do is we'll let that go the 30 minutes, and then we'll put the other ones in. But we should be able to make a new steamer basket shortly. It's just my other steamer basket is small. Okay, I'm going to check in on our rainbow that definitely still has yellow. Oh, I want to add more water to it for sure. Oh dear. Things were still wet, but the water level felt quite reduced. I am seeing just a hint of some pinks in there. That is awesome. Let me see if I can touch the edges of the pan. The back's a little warm. I just turned off the heat. I'm going to put the foil back on so it just can have a little bit more heat. And where can I put you? I'm going to put you on some recycling. There. So that can cool slowly. And I'm going to make another little steamer basket and pop the yarn mop into it. Not for like the entire amount of time it would require. But for, I don't know, at least 5 or 10 minutes, so that way we can keep using it. All right, slow going. Okay, I'm gonna wash my hands. And I'm gonna eat something. When's the video's gonna go and go metric? Okay, wow, I have not seen the comments in a while. So, fluorescent luminant.
Oh, I'm seeing some glow in the dark. Feel free, if there was a question for me, feel free to pop that down below again. It's complicated. You can't always tell what chemical structures will, won't fluoresce, phosphorus. Yeah. Yeah, I think I like metric too in terms of measuring. Sorry, I'm gonna eat some cold fajita chicken. I feel very weird eating on camera. Sorry about this, guys. You guys will never go metric. Scientists use it, doctors use it. I had some fajita chicken. Yeah. Cold, my grilled on the grill pan. You're asking if there are safe chemicals to be added for fiber for glow in the dark effect. Yeah. I don't know of any glow in the dark dyes. I just know of some glow in the dark paints. And so that tells me it must be a pigment that needs to be like suspended in something. My kids have glow in the dark sheets, but they rarely get like enough light on them before it turns dark for like them to actually see the glow. Normally I just like hide completely when I eat, but today I was like, okay, you know, I'll eat something quickly. So I can keep going and keep streaming. Dry laundry powder will make the seeds of your jeans glow under black light. So are fluorescent, this is a great question, are fluorescent dyes more likely to fade? Fluorescent dyes are less light fast than some other dyes. So I think Jacquard has light fastness like measurements for all of their colors. And the light fastness just sort of means that light can cause things to fade and degrade, and so some things will fade faster than others. And the fluorescent colors will fade faster than other colors, but maybe not as fast as like food coloring. Protein is good. Like, I need something else, but peeking in my cereal basket, I love this resist colorway I'm doing. I feel like lots of other like what I'm dyeing is not like unique or novel. I think that Nicole Frost does a lot of like neon pops, nebula, gorgeous oil slick things. Beautiful. You love the happy chatty dye along. You're glad I'm supporting Pride Month. Yeah, it's like I don't want like, you know, like a ribbon or a cookie or anything, but like I just want people to know I care, like, I guess, and just I hopefully drown out some of the negative noise and negative attention, and so bring some positivity. There's some really icky glue on the dark stripes out there for the making of safety stripes on hats for Oh, funny. I have a glow in the, I might have a glow in the dark yarn, but now I forget. But it might have been some like acrylic or something. Wait, there was a post about an asteroid that said it is the size of 3 blue whales. Hey, a new unit of measure. My house is about like a T-Rex height, maybe. Keith actually did. Oh man, during like lockdown and stuff, he started doing like some real world measurement things and like talking about perspective and like, oh, are there with angles? Can you measure the height of the house or something? So I think we were then talking about the height of dinosaurs relative to like our house. Oh my gosh. But yeah. Oh my gosh. I am so tired. So I wanted to take this whole week off because coming off of the spring mini-series, I was real tired, everyone. There's still a tiny bit of yarn for that left, but I was really tired. But then I'm like, oh, school ends next week. Oh, I have limited time when I can do things like film. I mean, I can film some with the kids home. And stream. And so I'm like, okay, I got to do this now. You think the glow-in-the-dark yarn you've seen has fiber made out of plastic? Yes. Exactly. I think it's like it feels like acrylic. I think it was like acrylic-y or something, so I was less excited. But I used glow-in-the-dark puffy paint. Oh man, one of my friends got today's Wordle in 3. Anyone else still have a Wordle chat with their friends? Yeah. And I shared before. How do I access my clipboard? Controls? Nope, that was not it. Oh. Control V? Yes. Okay. I just popped a link into the chat again. I guess Yarn Database, I have no idea. It has, like, you can sort by a lot of different, like, tags, I guess, but you can find some LGBTQ, like fiber artists, indie dyers, probably designers and other stuff as well. And so, actually, I don't know if that link has all of that. I might be thinking of one of the other. This is business owners in the yarn sphere. Cybo Girl, thank you so much for donating to the Trevor Project. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, so you might be able to find tech editors and other stuff. I don't know if it's just the businesses that are tagged under certain things, but yeah, that's a link. I need to fix these 2 more baskets, and actually I guess I can pop back up. Okay, so I think I may have decided to let the one go 30 minutes. There's only 18 minutes left because I did get some lunch. We can let the yarn mop cool off a tiny bit. Ooh, that's getting so pretty. Okay, now is the time when I'm like, do I keep mopping on this yarn mop or do I need to get a new yarn mop? We can add a little bit more on this one. She's very pretty. I don't want her to become muddy. And then I also still want to, hopefully I don't, I'm like, I hope I don't burn out. Oh man. But, oh, I can't even really talk about the heartbreaking that was the end of Lucas's baseball season. I mean, I suppose I can. So Ryder was sick, so I couldn't go. And in theory, he should have had the championship game tonight because they ended up losing to a team that they had beat 4 times this season already. And so that makes this extra, like, heartbreaking. But the ump made a bad call, and like, Lucas's coaches were incredible. They were the type of coaches who, like, they would correct the ump if the ump was like, oh, 1 strike, 2 balls, and they'd be like, no, it was 2 strikes when, like, we were at bat. And so they're super, like, ethical, like, amazing dads. Like, I did not expect such positivity in youth sports. Like, I was impressed beyond belief. The coaches are great. But the ump made a bad call in this game, and Lucas was at bat, and Lucas ended up getting hit by a pitch. And I guess the pitch did hit the ground before it hit and bruised my child, who was, I wasn't there, I was upset, I was watching on this app. It hit him, and the ump didn't let him go and take a base, because normally you get hit by a ball by the pitcher, you take a base. And then we looked it up after, and the league rules are Lucas should have been allowed to take a base. It doesn't matter that the pitch hit the base before hitting his foot. But so then that was a hard end to the season. But I'm proud of Lucas. And so Lucas, because his friend is on a different team, not the one we played, but a different team, he's insisting we go to the championships tonight, which is super sweet. So I'm still probably going to this game, but it was so hard. And it was hard because, since I had to come home, I saw the beginning of the game, and we swapped because Keith had taken Ryder for a strep test. He didn't have strep. And so we swapped, and there's an app, and so you can see who's on base and what happens, and I saw, this play out on an app, and at first, I see Lucas advance right away, and I'm like, ooh, he got a hit! And then it was like, oh no, player hit by ball, but then he moved back. Yeah, it was very weird without, knowing what's happening. He's doing great, though. He's doing great now, but it was hard. New yarn mop? Okay, I'll go for a new yarn mop. I'll add, well, this went back in the thing. I'll add 15 minutes on the timer when the other timer goes off. Okay, new yarn mop. Yarn mops do so well. Okay, and since this has not soaked with any acid, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna take a little vinegar, dribble that on, and then just squish it. I do love my neon rainbow yarn mops. And now we have acid in the yarn. Okay. So I don't know if you noticed, this is 200 grams of yarn. I laid it out so that way we can try to do it at once, which should take about the same amount of time as it did to do the 100 grams. And so if you're curious about the background color, as I was about to go into powder without gloves on, the background color is approximately 1 part navy to 1.5 parts black. Approximately. I do have it written down. Okay. I started with yellow last time. This time we're going to start with the blue. Taking a lot of dye. Yeah, so when you're doing speckles, black light blue has a nice kick, a nice punch. It has a good amount of color and then brightness when you get it this bright. The problem comes when you're doing it at a 1% depth of shade or something. It's not that bright there. We're going to get more color.
how wet do you get your mops? Usually I might leave a little, it depends on what I want. This one, because you guys watch me squeeze it, still has a little bit of liquid in it. But that's because I wanted to work that vinegar through. Sometimes I make them pretty dry though. It depends on if I know they're going to be mopping up liquid. And it just depends on my mood, I suppose. Oh man, I was like, it can be pretty random. I'm trying to make sure we get good coverage because this resist yarn is not very wet. But certainly, as we're doing this, from an order of operations perspective, there's absolutely some black light blue on top of our dark color, like unquestionably. So I don't know if we'll be able to make an answer to that order of operations question, but yeah. The nice thing with using these fluorescent dyes as a dry powder is that unlike a lot of other colors, they do not necessarily strike immediately. They are very spreadable, which comes in handy when you want the colors to spread. Because otherwise, if this were a different type of pigment, that might not work as well. If this were, these were non-fluorescent acid dyes that strike overall a lot faster, then you would want, probably want to use liquid so that way you had a better chance of spreading out the color. I think my favorite color in the world is purple. But one of my favorite dye colors in the whole world is a good fluorescent yellow. I consider that to be a super, like a highlighter yellow color. Feels super magical to me. It's something that I adore. And so when that was one of the colors I told Jacquard was missing from their line, which they had already developed one, but it was like a, hey, the conversation was like, hey, we're making new colors. Out of curiosity, is there anything on your wish list? And so I both looked through like what I felt like their line had, and then also thought about like, okay, of all the colors that I have, what do I not have and wish existed? If that makes sense. So I don't know. Let's see. There's a question. Is it? Yes, it's absolutely okay for you to call them yarn mops. I don't know if I think I invented it, but I am totally fine with other people calling it that now. But I could be wrong. Like, but yeah, I'm not trademarking it or anything. I think yeah, but there's some of my favorites for sure. I think I had a short of like, what is a yarn mop? And I was like, ooh, this did pretty well. But yeah, I smile because, I mean, I think that there's a lot of like terms and things that like, so like yarn lasagna is probably pretty unique to ChemKnits, but I grin now when I see other people making their own lasagnas. because I'm like, ooh, this is spreading. Like, that's great. You know, that's like the dream for like people to like see something you want to do and try it. Now, but as a technique, I'm sure other people have done it. I just don't think that they called it lasagna. So I think that is unique. I could be wrong though. But yeah, it's the same reason why like I share my dye recipes, my color recipes, my protocols, because as me as a teacher, I invite you guys to try to like replicate things. Now, you know, if you have a business, sure, maybe you want to try to like put your own spin on it, but like as hobbyists or people learning and playing, I invite you guys to try to replicate my results, replicate my colors. But I am unique in that sense because what I do primarily is YouTube and teaching. There are dyers who dye for a business who don't want you to ask what you used and how you did it and stuff, because it's how they make their money. So I welcome and invite questions. But, you know, I wouldn't ever message like another dyer on Etsy or something and be like, ooh, where do you do this or how do you do that? Because I wouldn't consider that to be appropriate. Now, when people message me those types of questions on Etsy, because like, again, I consider my primary job of what I do to be a teacher, I will answer those questions. But in general, if you have questions about dyeing, try to reach out to me on YouTube instead of Etsy. Because I try to keep Etsy as the more like shop-focused, business-focused stuff. So I hope that makes sense. But that's also because like it's hard. It's easier for me to answer dyeing questions from like on YouTube. And like on Etsy, because sometimes people will have a question and it's like, well, I can't answer every question on Etsy all the time because I cannot refer any kind of sale off platform. I can't send like affiliate links and stuff on Etsy to people because then they might see that as fee avoidance and shut me down, which I think is a little bit hilarious. And so, because sometimes people had questions, or like, there was one time someone reached out and they just wanted to give me like a little bit of money to thank me for what I'm doing. And I was like, you know, she wanted my PayPal, and I was like, I cannot give anyone my PayPal on Etsy. But also, I was like, you know, you could just buy like 10 of my patterns or something if you really wanted to. I was like, that's the best way I could think of to do it. I do have some of my designs for sale on, most of my patterns are free because back in the day, that's how I got people to my blog. So my strategy was to do free patterns to get eyeballs on my website and then get ad revenue. That was my original ChemKnits business model. And then, of course, oh my gosh, on my website, all the PDFs I have are a little bit messed up because I have the PDFs hosted through Google Drive, and then Google like decided to make every single link private, so I have to like redo them. and that's been slow. So if you request access to a PDF, it will happen, just slowly. Indy, I know, baby. Please be patient, puppy. But yeah, also because I don't want everyone to start messaging me your undying questions on Etsy, because if a customer has a question about something, I want to be able to answer that quickly. I used to be able to do Instagram and Facebook DMs, but I got overwhelmed. And so sometimes that works, but the best way to get my attention is actually a YouTube comment, or sometimes Instagram comments, but those can get lost too, which is hard. I think I went a little bit heavy with the purple pop. Like you almost can't see that anymore. Yeah, poor indie comments. Okay. Oh my gosh, this was perfect. There are 35 seconds on the timer. And then, Indy, I will take care of you. This is so pretty. I love it. Okay. Okay, the yarn still looks great. Out of the steamer basket. Okay, I want to wipe out the basket, because ironically I see a little blue. On the bottom. Okay. I'm going to bring this back over. There's the purple. There we go. Okay, this didn't work quite as well. But, okay, I will need to set that timer for 15 minutes shortly. Let's finish wiping this up. Okay.
I try to reuse gloves as much as I can, but there comes a point when they become stained enough, then I'm like, I need to say goodbye. This sparkle colorway is incredible. Oh my gosh. I adore it. Okay. 15 minutes, and then I can set a timer for 15 minutes again, but I love it. I love it. And I can see the chat. Come see the chat in a minute. Okay, I'm going to put you over there. All right. I still have that to do. The colorway we started off camera. I think I will be doing liquid dyes for that. I think that makes sense. Hello, welcome. Oh, and Indy, right. I love it. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. So, because what I was sort of talking about, like asking people about like how they do things. Yes, you can absolutely reach out to a creative and ask if you can ask them some questions about how they do it. Just be prepared for them to say no, and if they say no thanks or no, then like that isn't them being rude, that's just them having boundaries. And so, but I welcome and invite questions. And so, but yeah, I think sometimes, because since I also have a shop, then I don't want like other people to think like, oh, I can ask any dyer like for the recipe, because a lot of people won't do that. Oh man. Oh man, I'm like, okay, like what could I eat on camera that wouldn't be like, cause like super crunchy and annoying. But actually, I'm doing okay. I might hold out. Good. No call. Ooh. Wait. Pokemon Go is bringing back a legendary Pokemon. What? Oh, okay. I didn't read the whole article, but I think it might be what I know. I have people have been asking for more Pokemon dyeing videos. Actually, we can ask that here. I can set up a poll. Do you want more Pokemon dyeing videos? Yes. No. Yes, but I don't know. Okay. Nope, I don't need that. Okay. So there will be at least one Pokemon dyeing video probably coming up at the end of the summer with a very wonderful lab partner. I think people will be very, very excited. If you're wondering what I'm talking about, this year for the Spring Mini Skein mini-series, I used Pokemon as a color inspiration. And the color palettes were really pretty, and it was a really great, like, it was a very inspiring way for me to create these mini skein sets, and creatively that worked really, really well. And so a lot of people want more, but I also know that like not everyone plays video games and not everyone cares about Pokemon. So that's why there's yes, there's no, and then there's sure, because you like the colors that I made even though you don't care about Pokemon. And it is okay if you say no, because I'm not like a gaming channel or anything, but ooh, Eevee but one skein per evolution, that would be really fun. It would be fun to do, like, because it would be hard, I think, to do a set with one colorway per evolution to have things feel cohesive, because color-wise they can be so different. But like this technique right now would make the perfect Umbreon yarn. You would get those like little pops of like yellow or the shiny blue for the shiny version. Oh, so fun. You managed to knit over half of a barley hat during the live stream. Oh, yay! Question, do you need a poll for this? Listen, I would love and I would be happy to do it, but it was a fear when I like launched. I think I talked about this in the vlog. I had a fear. I originally for Pokemon was thinking about doing just like a tiny thing in the fall one year, but then timing it didn't work out. And I was nervous about doing a whole major series focused on a video game, because I know there's a lot of people who don't know about video games or care about video games. And I'm like, am I going to alienate customers who otherwise would buy stuff? And then I was like afraid that like, yeah, I didn't want to alienate people. And the other thing that I was afraid of also is because like some big companies don't like it when you do licensed things with licensed characters. And so I don't want to get in any trouble. And so therefore I have all this stuff, like I have some more materials already cut for more of the project bags I made, but like I don't think I can list them in the shop because I don't want to get like my shop in any trouble, right, by selling things. But at the same time, there's lots of like Pokemon stuff on Etsy, so I don't know, maybe they love fan art, I don't know. So it's like you have to be careful with the way like you name and market things. Like the term onesie, if you do not have, is onesie like Hanes? I forget the brand even. If you do not have it's a trademarked word. If you're not using that actual brand on your product and you have that anywhere in your posts or tags, you'll get a takedown notice. And like, so the only other company that I know that you do not mess with is Disney. Disney is incredibly, oh my gosh, no, that's awful. Disney's very litigious. And I mean, if you consider it, people spend a lot of money in order to make Disney licensed stuff. And so therefore, if you are, and so therefore they're very protective of that because they want people to pay the licensing fees. And so, yeah. Oh, good. Okay. See, I'm glad if people don't care about Pokemon, you enjoyed being like, okay, this is where I'm pulling my colors from. This is what I got. Hopefully that's good. Are you planning on dyeing some yarn for weaving? Yes. I would love to dye some warp, like hand paint some warp. That's something in my brain. I think I talked about that in a video coming up too. Pretty yarn is pretty yarn, whether or not you know the theme. Oh, thank you. I made the videos about the yarn rather than much about the theme, so even people that don't like video games love them. Okay, because that was my goal. It's okay to say inspired by and name it something else. Never mess with Disney. Yes. Time Warner too. Yeah. Right, but like, you know, but the issue is like image-wise. Like I have stickers that say "Gotta stash 'em all," which I'm sure "Gotta catch 'em all" is trademarked, and have a Pokeball. Like, I probably can't list those in my shop, but I can add those as, like, extras on a promotion or something. Or, like, yes, Indy, I'm coming. Or I could do it for Halloween, or not Halloween, for, like, Black Friday. I can include them in some bundles and stuff. Because I like to do that. You don't really know Pokemon, but you love the level of excitement. Oh, good. And with the trademark, they have to defend it or else they lose the trademark. Exactly. Oh my gosh, you guys are amazing. You guys are awesome. Thank you. Oh, no, not this way, Indy. No, no, no. There's your next. Go this way. Indy, no, come. Do you want to go outside? Hi. He's like, Mommy, why is there stuff all over the floor? Oh, God. It looks like it's going to rain. Okay. But yeah, I worried about the marketing and all of that. You want to, I'm excited. I'm going to go see a real loom this summer, I think. You need to learn how to weave. You own a loom, but you're clueless at the tabletop. 4-shaft loom! Wow! That sounds amazing! Oh my gosh. No, actually, even my rigid heddle loom, I got that for free. Because sometimes people are very, very generous and send me stuff like, you know, whether it is the muck green dye, because I didn't have it, that was sent to me by one of you. Sometimes I get presents now. It is nice when I have a heads up. Sometimes there's package and I'm like, I don't know what this is or who this is from. But yeah, the rigid heddle loom, because I was talking about wanting to maybe get one, and then someone had one that for their kid that their kid wasn't using it and it had been sitting in the closet, and so they sent it to me. Oh, Indy Pomps. Hey, Indy! That's such a good boy! That's such a good boy! I didn't have to go get you. You get a cookie. Do you want a cookie? Yeah? I know. What's going on with your breathing? Oh, ow. Yes, you know where they are. And then you're going to have to go back to jail. Can you sit? good boy. Oh, it's right there. Can you really not? You don't see very well anymore, do you? No, I'm empty. It's all done. All done. You're such a good boy. Yep. Good boy. I love you, good boy. Aww. He was just like, fine, mommy wants me to go to his crate. Oh yes, pet mom voice. For sure. Okay. Let's clean this better. Oh no, I guess I need to make... I don't want to make liquid dyes. Can I do this in just like the very worst way? Because like, I can measure the dye. No, I'm just going to take a little bit of dye, dissolve it in some water, and use that and edit it as needed. I'm trying to think if there's a way. Okay, I'll show you again because some of you weren't here at the beginning. Off camera, I dyed these. So it's a long skein with then a short white repeat. And I want to paint a rainbow into this short section. And I probably should do it with liquid dyes, but I really don't want to. I mean, I'll be honest, I probably should be doing it with guar gum, but I'm not prepped for that. I don't know. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Okay, steamer basket, you're getting a little excited there. I should probably dissolve some. I don't want to make dye stocks. I'm being really lazy. Oh my gosh. I'm being so, like, silly. Okay. We're going to do this. Is the counter still damp? A little. Because I don't have to keep the respirator on. It's a trade-off. With dry dye. Lazy or running out of steam? I am tired. There is truth to that. There is absolutely truth to that. I'm definitely running out of steam, but oh no, don't drip on the floor. That's not nice. There's no question that I am tired. That is not even a question. What did I do? Oh, here it is. Okay. Just popping that in for a minute. Just a minute. They're like, I don't think I have to dry it tonight. Tomorrow, oh God, tomorrow I'm getting a crown replaced. We have like the AC people come. It's been such a busy week. And use my pinky. Touch the dye with the powder and you have more control. Yeah, I just don't know how well it'll spread through because there's so many of them. Okay, I'm gonna make liquid dyes.
I want to be able to take the respirator off. And we can supplement with dry dye powder if we need to. But I think I'm going to go back and just use the Jacquard colors. And I'm going to do this in a way I never do it also. I am measuring by volume. So I think these little scoops are like 1/32 of a teaspoon. And I'm going to do 2 scoops of every color, except 3 scoops of the red. Oh no. Some red went in the pink. We are going to deal with it. Oh, it is what it is. Oh, God. No, 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 no. These scoops are very handy for some things, less handy for other things. Green, and then the black light blue, I'm going to do a lot more. 3, 4, let's do 6. Okay, let's get some hot water. And we might add, we'll see how the color comes out, we might add a little bit of the turquoise. Oh, it's not heating up. There we go. Okay, let's see how our pink is going to be. Okay, even with adding the oops red, still looks very pink. These spoons are not good for mixing. Wait a minute. Guys, I did orange twice. Did I? Or is this one yellow? That's definitely not yellow. Oh my gosh. Did anyone catch that in chat before I started adding water? Oh my goodness. I wonder later why I have so much more orange. Bring this is the second yarn mop. Okay, I need more little spoons. Can't believe I did that. Because sometimes yellow can look super orange when it's concentrated. Oh God, I did this in the stupidest way. I dunked the spoon in without taking the stuff out. Wow. It's coming out. Okay, the dye came out of the spoon. Good. I was like, I am not using my skills. Okay, black, light, blue. That's looking pretty pigmented, actually. But I think I have, oh, I maybe added a little too much water. But I added a lot more of it compared to the other colors. Okay. All right, everyone is wet now. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Let's see. Can you nap before the kids come home? Probably not today, but tomorrow, like, I'm not driving. I need to drive myself to the dentist or anything, so Keith will drive me in, and I'll probably, like, Uber home, so that's not going to be a problem. But yeah. Oh, I gave Keith my plastic wrap. No, it just, like, I just start making stupid mistakes, which I am extremely amused about. Okay. This is how we're going to do this. Let's double this up. You now belong to me. Okay. Now, I think I've got 400 skein. 400 grams. So the way we're going to do this is spread the yarn out. Move the zip tie down and maybe we'll just do 200 at a time. Because that's what I have space for. Diaries, yeah, I was able to get it out of the spoon, but switching sideways is good. I need another, well, I'm going to use the same yarn mop. This one doesn't have, it has some, but this technique isn't as moppy. Okay, now brushes or syringes. I brought the syringes over,
But I'm thinking about going back to the brushes. Do I have enough? No, of course not. Oh, maybe I do. No? I do. I have enough brushes. I have enough foam brushes. Okay, we're going to start with the yellow. We're going to start like here. And it's not going to be perfect, but the nice thing about foam brushes is that as you add liquid on, you also can kind of like push it through with the brush, and things tend to not get overly saturated, which is nice. Okay, you are going to be orange. I maybe started with the yellow too far over. And I will blend them, but I'm kind of waiting. Okay. Orange, red. Oh, that red! Oh my God. Now, you can notice, oops, that was bound to happen, because some of these strands are being picked up, and we will need to flip it. But unlike last time, it's less of a problem to flip because this area is so small that we almost, and maybe we will, we almost can lasagna it. Yeah, we almost, and I'm bringing the pink all the way down. We almost can lasagna this with the other two, and I think I might do that depending on how far these go down. And we can work and blend some of these colors a little bit. Right now, some of these transitions seem to be a little bit harsh. But let's go through and add the last two colors, which I'm now feeling like I did not leave enough space for blue. I don't want to lose the yellow, but I also want to make sure that the blue has a spot to be. We might lose some of the yellow. That's okay. Woohoo! Yeah, so you can see that this is not going to be great for planned pooling. And I say that because some of these strands, like this in this same skein, has a huge section of blue, and then other ones have tiny, like those sizes will change, but it's kind of like a real rainbow, right? Okay. I'm going to take our other sparkle friends out, put it on with the other, just piggly piggly. Keith laughs when I say that because if there's other colors still in there, there could be some transfer. This is so cute. Before I flip, I should take a picture. Took a few. And the cool thing is, like, I don't even remember. I am going to flip this over. And I'm glad I did. Oh. Part of me thinks I could lasagna this, but I think in second thought, I am not going to lasagna this. And I'll explain why. The reason why I'm deciding against lasagnaing it is because these sections are so small that then I likely would lose all of our yellow. And I don't want to do that. I want to keep our magic. But see, this is going to change some of the harshness. Like, there is still some harshness in here because, like, what color are you? Shoot. That's okay. I just did pink on top of the red. Not a big deal. But just the other colors, the color values of the, like, orange is so much darker than the yellow. So there is not just the best way to blend it perfectly. But, you know, we'll do our best. But being able to spread these out so much, I think, is completely key here. Because if it was clumped tighter, then there would be more space in the middle where we weren't getting color. But definitely want to add more blue. Oh my gosh, this has worked so freaking well. So what I'm doing now is rolling this up into our nice little jelly roll. I'm going to go put it in a steamer basket. Along with its parent yarn. That worked so well! And I didn't even see the chat through all of that. And so if there were any questions that I missed, I apologize. If there were donations that I missed, I apologize. Don't forget that today is a fundraiser for the Trevor project. And I will, when I next sit down, I will talk about that more. Because after this rainbow, this is our third rainbow. After this one, I really want to do one set of speckled yarn, which I don't have a pre-soak with acid in it yet. But I want to do a like trans flag colorway because I had a special request to do that, and of course I want to. There we go, spreading it out. So this yarn right now is Knit Picks Hawthorne. It is a 2-ply, very nice sort of like high twist, 80% superwash fine Highland wool, 20% polyamide, which is a nylon. And there are 100% going to be dye lot differences between all of these skeins, and that is okay. Yay, I'm glad you joined again and can watch the end. You hate knitting with black yarn, but this would be an exception. I am obsessed with this. I love it. Yeah, so my body isn't tired. My brain is just tired. That's the part of me that gets tired. But I've talked to, oh, I was going to put my mask on. No, I just need my gloves and glasses. I've talked about this before. I have chronic fatigue syndrome. And Yeah, sometimes that can be very challenging. But most of the time I do okay. It's just, did I do too far over again? Maybe, but that's okay. Chronic fatigue syndrome, like I'm lucky in that my condition is very stable, but usually I tend to decline more mentally and lose like access to like remembering words. I lose my train of thought like nothing. My short-term memory is super bad, which is not entirely the fatigue's fault, but is a lot. Because I describe it as, like, I wake up, like, think about how you feel after a long day of work. That's how I feel when I wake up. And so I just, like, my energy levels don't really replenish when I sleep. And it's been like a good decade, over a decade, since I was originally diagnosed. Oh goodness. But anyway, I might lose the yellow again. But yeah, as I was saying, like, so I get tired, but like I could probably still go walk like 5 miles as long as I don't have to make any decisions. Like, as long as my mind can be, if I don't have to think, then I can do a lot. So like when we go on vacation, we do a lot of pre-planning, or like pre-kids. My husband knew, like, okay, if like this was my code word, and then he would like even make, decisions like ordering food for me. But yeah, I know that also, like, okay, when it gets bad, like, he knows that, like, okay, I have to rely on him to figure out, like, X, Y, or Z, but I do okay traveling. It's just that sometimes the anxiety of, like, the fatigue getting so bad that I could struggle, like, that's some of the, actually, probably the worst part of it for me, is the resulting anxiety about what I can and can't do. But yeah, I think at this point, like, we know that, like, I can function, and I know when it's like I know when I'm in like a safe space, and so like we have friends or family that we travel with, and I know that like they can compensate for me or whatever, and so I know that I'll be fine. And that's why, like, tonight, it's like, oh, I'll go to this game as a family. It's not like I have to plan anything. And so I'll be good. But this is also why sometimes I walk to pick up the kids from school after a big day of dying. Because I'm like, oh, I'm so tired. So I walk to go pick them up from school, which seems counterintuitive to a lot of people. They're like, if you're tired, why would you walk? And it's like, well, because then I don't have to drive. But I do okay even with driving these days. Cool. And orange. See, this one, I think I tapped a little lighter, so it meant that there's more liquid. And the nice thing is I have just about used up all of the blue. And remember that I used 6 times as much blue as other colors. And the red I used a little bit more too. But let's look at this. Okay, the liquid dyes were definitely faster this time. Oh, that looks so cool. Okay, with my phone I can't quite get it like at the same. I can't quite, like, when I have the tripod, then I can get the same, like, shot. Oh, that looks awesome! I'm so happy! Okay, let's roll this up. And I'm going to put this, I think, in the exact same steamer basket as the other ones. and just reset the timer. And we'll see if we lose the yellow. You know what? We've got yellow and other stuff today. Okay, and I have to tell you something hilarious. I did not turn the steamer basket heat back on for that one. So that is pretty funny. All right, we've got some more of those colors. I'm going to set these aside for now. So interestingly, I used the most of the pink and the blue. Oh, but that makes sense to use up most of the pink and the blue because of where I put them. At first I was like, oh, that's funny. But because like I actually did use more of that water volume. Okay, these I did not use. But what I'm going to do now is we're going to do a very abstract, neon speckled, trans pride kind of colorway. And what was I going to say? So we're going to be using just the pink and the blue, trying to not have them overlap, which is good because we don't want to kill the fluorescence anyway. And the fun thing about this is that there should be some areas that look white that have fluorescence because of the way black light blue has that colorless fluorescent acid dye pigment in there. And so that should be really, really, really fun. What was my concern? Like I mentioned, I will be playing with just the colorless fluorescent acid dye, but I'm going to do that on its own because I think the sample I have is like real. There's like, I don't know if there's no filler, but it's. I think I have it strong, and so I haven't opened that yet. You wasted all day for something to cook. The crock pot was on. Oh no! Yeah, 100% true with CFS. If you want, oh, Izzy, yes, okay, I'm catching up on some chat stuff. If you want to discuss certain Dye-Pot Weekly Lab partnership, should you message me on Etsy? Absolutely. That's the perfect place to talk to me on Etsy. Oh, gosh, Jacqueline, yes, please rest. And when you watch the replay better, I hope your migraine is gone. What was I going to do? Oh, but while we wait, I mean, this one, the purple is a little dark, but this is like 90s graffiti level. Oh no, I found some white spots in the orange. I don't care. I was like, I could go back and fix that, but I don't care, right? Oh no, I could fix that easily because I have liquid. Maybe I'll fix it. Which one was it? I was like, I don't. Oh, okay, fine, I'll fix it. Checking the others. That one's pretty good. That one is just like one hint. That's fine. Okay. It's like this one tiny spot I missed. And well, I got my orange dye. So I'm just going to pop this back into a steamer basket. For 30 minutes. And what's funny is I might notice more spots later, and I'm not going to obsess over it, but that one, because I had everything and the ability to fix it, why not? Okay, this is what we're going to do. We've got a bin. So this is Muse. This is 100% superwash merino wool. It is single ply. She is gorgeous. And she has a tie on her that has some orange in it, which was confusing me. It's got like an orange spot on one of the ties. And I was like, did I just have like all that orange on my hand? Like right there. But I think that that must just be the yarn they used on the tie. Okay. I'm going to add 3 tablespoons of white vinegar. And we're going to come with our pre-soak. Pour on some water. And we're gonna wait a little bit before we start. Well, it's got some debris in it. And leave this to soak just for a bit, not because it needs the time, but because I want to like be able to put the speckled yarn into the steamer basket closer to like immediately. And they both have like 25 minutes. I mean, the other one probably needs a few minutes after that. But so we're gonna wait. And I have no idea how many people are watching. Okay, I'm sitting down now. To camera. Hi, I'm here. Even though it's not like we're looking at something cooking. If you have questions, leave them in the chat because I possibly have missed some. Yes, and let's see. I'm checking on the fundraiser. We have raised $427.51 for the Trevor project. Thank you all so much. Thank you so much. And if you have just tuned in and don't know, I can tell you a little bit more once I find, here we go. Yay, okay. The Trevor Project is an organization that has crisis intervention and suicide prevention for LGBTQ and questioning youth. They have, I think they have both chat-based and like phone numbers. I believe, and now I'm like, uh-oh, should double check. Yeah, so you can chat with us, you can text them, or you can call them. And they're here for people 24/7. And so this is an organization I think is super important because kids deserve a place where they can reach out, and when they're trying to figure out who they are and how to be who they are, they need someone to talk to who understands, because even the best intentioned people might not understand. And so they can be supportive, but they may not understand like fears and anxieties or whatever. And so I think this is something really important. And so since we're dyeing happy rainbow colorways for Pride, I want to just share this organization that I think is so important. And so it is pinned. The link to Trevor Project's at the top of the video description. It's pinned in the live chat. And there's also the fundraiser below. So you can donate through YouTube. YouTube will cover the transaction fees, and 100% of the money you give through YouTube goes to the Trevor Project. But you can also go directly there and donate. So thank you everyone who has donated so far. I'm so happy. The cup and tablespoon measurements. Oh, that's cute. The cup and tablespoon measurements that I use, they are, I believe they're US. So if anyone is curious, a metric cup is 250 milliliters. A US cup is like, what, 246 milliliters? It's annoyingly close. So I tend to approximate 15 milliliters per tablespoon, because my tablespoons are 15 milliliters, but the cups and everything are slightly off. And so, yeah, I didn't know until like a year ago that there are differences. Oh, thank you, Kyle. I'm glad that you like my dyeing and tutorials and stuff. And yeah, I put on my wristbands, even though I'm super tiny right now. But yeah, I did, although you can't really see the pink from this far away. I remember, and what's funny is like this, I did these wristbands a long time ago because I was wanting to get colors to do something for Pride. and a yarn company, which is not one I know well. Paint Box Yarns, I guess. Do they still exist? Yeah, so it's Paint Box Yarns from Lovecraft. They reached out and they offered me like yarn for a design. And I was like, well, I want to design something for Pride. Like, I want to do like, you know, colors for like the trans pride flag and like the rainbow. And they were like, yeah, okay. And I was like, oh, awesome. So I was like, that felt great. That, I mean, it's not a company I otherwise like use a lot or anything, but it was great that they like gave me materials for this project. And so that was really, really nice. So have I got plans to share some yarn spinning videos? Yes, but I haven't spun in so long. I had plans to do, oh gosh, it was like 2 years ago, maybe, Paradise Fibers, for one of their Fiber of the Month clubs. They did like little bits of fiber from a lot of other months, so you could do like a surprise, like grab and spin. And I was so excited. I was like, I want to do this as a stream, and then it just hasn't happened. So like, I would love to do more knitting content, more weaving content, and more spinning content. I just haven't filmed it. And so, in theory, yes, absolutely. In practice, I haven't yet. Yeah, Andy, I did not know there was a difference between US and metric cups, and tablespoons might be the same, but with the measuring cups until more recently. And so it's just wild that like there's just a difference. Have some water. Oh, I've been drinking soda, but not quite the same. I'll go get some water. See, if I streamed on Twitch, you can do these like things. Like, not that I have plans to go to Twitch or anything, but I'm out of focus. Will you fix camera? Yay, nope. Fix me, fix me. I fixed it myself. They do have like integrations where like I guess you kind of like get points as you watch like a certain like stream, and then you could redeem them, and like some people do like, oh, stretch or drink some water or stuff. But yeah. Ooh. Please spin, you have a wheel and it's not supposed to be a decorative item. I need to do more. What's hard is like when I do spinning, it's more like vlog stuff versus like what's the word? It's more vlog than like tutorial, because I feel like I'm more like advanced beginner. Like I can spin, but I don't have perfect lace weight singles and stuff. You bought a spinning wheel shaped object that was partly made into a real wheel. My mom got an antique one that I actually should check out this summer if it like actually works. Because she was like, oh, do you want it? And maybe I'll have her bring it home for me now, because now I'm like, oh, is it still there? But maybe what I should do is, there's a way to stream from the nicer camera versus the webcam. Because it would be really nice if I'm spinning to have like a webcam as like a wide shot, sort of like I have now, small in the corner. But then to have my actual lens, the nice lens that I can like zoom in really close so you can like see those colors. Or I can zoom in like I do when I'm filming a video versus yeah. But I used to do more like streams and chats. But yeah, I don't know. The UK cups. I mean, maybe that's Tara. Maybe that's the ones that we're talking about, the metric cups and US cups. I think it's at the because it's still like called a cup or half a cup, but I think it might just be the UK and the US ones are different. Ooh, when I go to the UK this summer, maybe I should bring home some measuring cups. I'm like, measuring cups, food coloring. I probably won't have space to like get a bunch of stuff. But yeah, we're gonna go to Swanage and then spend like a day or two in London. Because we're gonna go visit some family, and so I'm very excited. But yeah, I need like a timer like on the stream so I can like see it here. I need like a timer cam so I could see. Oh man, my brain, y'all. How long have I been going? Just 4 hours. You can send me some. No, you don't need to send me some. I can ask for them for if I don't bring them. If I don't have space in my luggage to buy some myself while I'm there this summer, I can ask my sister-in-law to bring me some for Christmas. Cause yeah, it'll be like my wish list is like, although I think she's already finished Christmas presents, but if I think I'm like, Sherry, can I have some British measuring spoons? She'd be like, okay. Oh man, but it's like yeah, I'm excited because we've got a bunch of cheese coming for the trip. Some great meals. Yeah, I mean, I think that there might be something in Swanage we might visit, but so many years ago with my brother-in-law, I guess my sister-in-law must have been working, so my brother-in-law took us, we went to Bristol, Bath, we drove through Wales, and we went to a bunch of castles, we went to Stonehenge, and he drove us all around. And we stayed at cute little bread and breakfasts. But we also stopped at a couple of yarn shops, and actually, yeah, and so I got some stuff there. That was a long time ago. That must have been like 2008 that we did that. Wow. But yeah, there's lots of stuff. And when we went to Ireland once, because I remember, I don't think I wanted to buy any yarn. I don't remember at the time, but I wanted to buy something like made with wool. And then I ended up picking something that was woven because I'm like, this at the time, and I mean, it's still not within my skills. Like, this is something I cannot make myself. I have not been to Scotland. I have not yet been to Scotland. My sister-in-law goes all the time for work. She does lighting design for theater, and so there's a big like festival in Edinburgh every summer. I think she used to live up there. But yeah, I have not been. I've been to, otherwise in the British Isles, like, yeah, I've been to Ireland, Northern Ireland, and briefly in Wales. And it was very funny to switch the GPS lady, because I don't think we had smartphones at the time, but we had the like little Garmin GPS thing, and we had to switch her to the Welsh like narrator to pronounce the streets and stuff. But I haven't been to Scotland. I haven't been to a lot of Europe. I've been to Italy and Croatia, and then around the UK a bit, and that's about it. I've been to Canada, but like barely. I've been to Windsor, Canada, because that's just across the border from Detroit. Have I been anywhere else in Canada? I don't think so. I was talking to like one of Ryder's friend's parents, are like they just moved here from Canada, and he was like, "That barely counts." And I'm like, "I know. I need to go further north." We were supposed to have a camping trip, but it got canceled. Oh, we were supposed to have a camping trip in Canada in the fall of oh my gosh, was that 2001? Yeah, And it was in like end of September 2001. I think we were supposed to have a field trip where we were going to be camping in Canada. That did not happen. That did not happen. Yeah. I know at one point this summer, because we'll go to Mackinac Island at some point, because my family, like my mom used to go for the entire summer, even when they no longer lived in Michigan. And so we'll go for a week, and I'm super excited because the kids are old enough that I'm like, this is going to be really, really fun. I'm super excited. But we get in before some of our friends, and we're going to caravan up from Detroit. And so I'm like, okay, I'm going to go to Zingerman's. Keith had to go to Ann Arbor for something, and he went to Zingerman's. He brought home some bread. Not the chocolate cherry, though. You need the chocolate cherry. But we're going to go to Zingerman's, and I'm going to show the kids like my high school and stuff. So, but I am really digressing. Oh, the Edinburgh Festival is amazing. Yeah, like she told me so much about it. Whoops. Yeah, that's the camera I wanted. Well, the kids are going. Yep, the kids are going to London. We were supposed to go. We were supposed to go last year, but then 3 of us got quite ill. Yeah, this tie has a little bit of blue on it. That's so weird. No, we were supposed to go last year for my brother-in-law's 40th birthday, and the kids and I, not the kids, Ryder, Keith, and I ended up having COVID. And like we knew it was, after all this, it was so sad because like when we found out we were exposed, we had friends staying with us. We went to, like, we were so nervous to like go on this cruise, and like we had just been boosted too. But yeah, the kids are like, our babysitter like ended up testing positive like the next day, and like we're not mad at them at all. It was like they had a negative test before they came to babysit, and then our friends that had been staying with us and who also were babysat by the same babysitter, our friends ended up all being fine. Lucas ended up being fine. Ryder was asymptomatic, and Keith and I were in bed for, I guess I recovered, but I had the Paxlovid, and so I kind of recovered faster. But Keith got sick first because we it was a whole thing. So, but we had booked intentionally tickets that were because we were going to fly BA, and so our tickets were not refundable, but we had a free reschedule, and our hotel also for London had a free reschedule, and so, oh my gosh, but yeah, that was super stressful. I'm studying in Australia. That's right. Yeah, I spent 5 months in Brisbane, Australia, and so I did a semester at University of Queensland, and it was amazing. And originally, I was supposed to take some like biochem classes and stuff, but then we realized that because of the way the semesters were off, the classes I was signed up for were grad level classes, and so I ended up taking like a bunch of like history. I did like a history of fashion, origins of Australia, an ancient Egypt class. Oh, and I did a modern Islam class, and it was all like super, super cool. But then my classes ended up being, oh, that's just some dirt. My classes ended up being all day Monday and Tuesday, and then I had a class Wednesday morning. And so it was perfect for travel. So I went up and down the eastern coast. Sydney, Melbourne, we went up to the like Great Bear, we went up to Cairns for the for spring break, and yeah, and lots of other places in between. It was great. But I can't believe that was 19 years ago now, which is wild. Completely wild that it was like half a lifetime ago.
But yeah, now back to some dyeing yarn. Because things will be out of the steamer basket shortly. Okay, we are going to go for white with neon blue and neon pink for our trans siblings, neighbors, and friends to show love. And these speckles, it's funny because I'm like speckling on and I'm seeing nothing. And there come the blues. And so I know that the flag is like baby blues and baby pink kind of color. But so the person who was like, ooh, when you do this, I was like, is it okay for me to do neons? I was like, I don't want to like disrespect. And yeah. So, but yeah, as I said, you know, this is a dialogue, but you can do rainbows, but I will accept and show any other pride flag inspirations. They are all welcome. Because yeah, I can't possibly do all of them. And it's like slowly, and I just have to remember with the pink, I'm going to have to be so much lighter as the blues like pump in and show up. Okay. So I think the pinks are going to be smaller, like brighter pops. And the blues are going to be slightly more spread and a little bit sharper. Because that's what those colors like to do. I am struggling with these containers a tiny bit. But that's mainly because the container is small. But actually, I really like that. That's so soft and pretty, but bright. I'm going to add a little bit more. I'm now going heavier with the pink because I'm so excited. And I picked a yarn base that is a very, oh my gosh, the pink is so bright on the yarn mat. I picked a yarn base that is very easy to do this on, the speckle onto, because it is a low yardage, thick yarn, so there's not a lot of super area. There's surface area. I can speak. Okay, and I'm going to carefully pick up, flip over, and spread the yarn out again, trying hard whenever I do this to not rub it on the countertop because we don't want things to spread out too much. But some is a little bit. I considered going super literal and doing like something self-striping, but there's people who do self-striping better than what I can do. And so I was like, let's do something that, even though this is not like quote for me, let's do a technique that feels very, very me. And so that's what I'm doing here. Oh. You can tell I'm focusing when I get quiet. Okay, so this is, I've speckled a little bit with black light blue before, but this is one of the first like big times. And what I'll say is it's a little hard to see where the colors are at first because the powder itself is so yarn colored because it's sort of tan because it's not that pigmented. And so it just takes a little bit of time for it to show up and for you to see it. So it's worth keeping that in mind. See. You just realized you have some black, white, gray yarn that you can get the right purple and make a stunning ace flag colorway. Oh, awesome! Oh, good. Yes, please donate to like organizations in your country that support anyone. Like, there's good organizations to support like. Oh man, there's so many great organizations that support LGBTQ people. What is in this pan? Oh, okay, that's fine. I still see yellow. I think. I need my tongs. It's a little bit warm. Woo! Steamy, steamy. Okay, I still see yellow in my little rainbow. All right. Yes. But yeah, I know that like rainbow and dark colorway is not, because I was talking about things that other people do. I know I've avoided doing something like that for a long time. Not because because I know there's other creators who do that and are like super famous for it, but it fit this inspiration so well. And so I wanted to put my spin on it. But so sometimes, like, it's hard for me to go yarn shopping sometimes because I'm like, oh, I don't want to see something someone else did and then want to do it. Because, again, I invite you all to do the things I do, but I want to make sure I put my own spin on things I do. And so it's both like, but then sometimes you do something similar to what someone else does on accident. It's a big compliment when like there's some major dye brands and people will be like, oh my gosh, this looks just like that or reminds me of that, and I'm like, oh, I consider that like a huge compliment, but I was like, oh, but I wasn't trying to. And so if you're a new dyer or if you have a shop and you're getting started out, certainly, again, I invite you to copy me. But in general, I recommend that you go for inspiration on things outside of fiber. Because if you look for inspiration, so pretty. It's funny, on camera I don't see the pinks as much. In person I really see the pinks. But I recommend that you go for inspiration places that are outside of fiber. So that way, you know, you're not accidentally copying someone. Okay. And these are going to be chunkier petals, I can already tell, but that's okay. All right, we're bringing our yarn mop over, which is very, very pink now. But that's also okay. Hey, and everyone, I used all the yarn I pre-soaked. That does not always happen. Oh man, very frequently, like, I'll be optimistic on what I can accomplish, and so then we'll end up with like a lot of yarn that's left that's wet. Of course, I hope this doesn't damage it, like a linen cotton skein soaking in soda ash for a few days. Whoops. Okay, but this can come out.
our refreshed resist yarn. And always check the bottom of your steamer basket to make sure there's still plenty of water. There is. I'm going to steam these for 30 minutes. We're going to start some cleanup. But yeah, I think the more like you play with color, the more you'll come up with your own like techniques and spin. And I mean, I know I like to mix it up a lot, but there's still things that I'm like, oh, this is so me. But I adore these colors. I haven't done, they're both super new from whatever I've created. And what's funny is that like I didn't know for sure exactly what I was going to do today. Like I knew, where am I? I knew I wanted to do some kind of resist with dark and bright. But I didn't know, because like sometimes you don't know how big the resist sections will be. And so I'm like, okay, depending on the size of the resist sections, either I'll speckle or I'll put color on them. I think it's been I don't think I've ever like tried to quote evenly space my zip ties out like that. And so we ended up with like tiny little spots, which was great. That was fairly unique from some of the other resist dyeing I've done. Normally I try to have it be much more random. Nope. But see, then it goes weird. This is going to be weird. It's a little bit, but that's fine. And so, yeah. The yarn up looks like a conversation candy hearts. Ooh, fun! Oh, I'm seeing. I thought, yeah, black light blue is a great trans like flag blue. Yeah. Oh, hugs, everyone. Yeah, so I live in Massachusetts, which many of you know, and so it's yeah, it's pretty liberal. But even there are I have neighbors who have been having like, and now granted it's things on Facebook, but about like local events and things, and there have been some people that weren't great, but I don't know, but the local synagogue, which I'm not currently a member of, but if I were to join a synagogue, this is the one I probably would. Like they have their own, like they all go into they march in the Pride Parade every year as like an official like synagogue activity and stuff, and like it's great. A Pride zebra blanket would be so pretty. Yeah, it's just. No, I remember, like, yeah, I remember, like, so many things. And, like, I went to Wellesley for college, and so Wellesley was very much a bubble, and it was not always necessarily the best for supporting people who needed support. I mean, I had a really great experience there, and I know there's things that the college can do and can continue to do better. We have a very active alumni community, so, but yeah, I know I have friends who are always scared that their families and that their marriages won't be recognized, and then like as things like moved and shifted, like yeah. Yeah, it's, you know, I just want my kids to know that, like, I'm hoping that the world will change enough. And what I will say is, and this isn't true for all teens that I know, but I know some teens now who it seems like they feel more comfortable, and they have groups that are more comfortable expressing themselves and coming out to families and friends than kids that I knew growing up at the time did. And so I think that that's a really, and I mean, I can't really speak on this personally, but it seems just from kids that I'm seeing and how comfortable they are in who they are, that seems really, really great. So. Still a Robin. It's like my pleasure. My pleasure. But yay, Wellesley! Woohoo! I mean, I loved it. Yeah, and so, you know, and I know, like, you know, like, I know a non-binary teen, and, you know, a, like, kid of a friend of the family, and so, like, I know I sometimes slip up with pronouns, but then I try to correct myself, and then, like, others in my family be like, no, like, they're they, right? And so, yeah, and it's like, but, like, you know, that's all we can, you have to try, you have to respect people. Like, if someone says, hey, call me by this nickname, I don't like my full name, you do it. Like, I don't understand the big deal. So, oh, yeah, no, and I know, like, we, like, you know, voting is so important. And I will say, like, you know, I have some family who maybe don't agree with me politically, and I'd be like, listen, like, I believe everybody deserves the right to vote, and, you know, and I think that, like, helping people to get to the vote and polls being open and accessible enough so people can vote is important. And they're like, they can agree. I was like, listen, like, I would happily push for, like, and to make it possible for you to vote, even though I know you're not going to agree with me. I, like, you know, people deserve to be able to vote, but that's a whole separate issue. Yeah, but this, yeah, your friend just changed their name. Yeah, and, you know, and I think practicing outside of, I think practicing and talking about them just, like, in general with, like, other family members makes it easier. It helps reinforce it. And so, yeah, just, but not like in a gossipy way, but just like, oh, practicing it, saying, like, the correct pronouns out loud helps. The younger people, you know, definitely are more comfortable, have a more comfortable time when it comes to these internal conversations. You weren't even aware you could be anything but male or female until college. I mean, I think, yeah, I don't think I was aware about that until after college, and then, like, I was like, oh, like, that makes sense. Like, you know, I can, like, and yeah, like, I don't know, like, I just, oh, thank you, someone. Thank you. Oh, that's a fun combination. And I got a message from one of you in chat just now, and I might not reply until tomorrow. Actually, no, I should be able to reply this afternoon. So I'm like, oh wait, no, tomorrow I'm going to be all completely numbed. If Oh no, but I have another video coming out tomorrow. See, I try not to do live streams at the same day I have a regular Die Cut Weekly coming out, because then YouTube doesn't share the other video. Because I have a Paradise Fibers to unbox, so maybe this weekend I can do that. But anyway, I am gonna go and eat some more than just a little bit of chicken on stream. But I want to thank you all so much for joining me today, and if you want to participate in the June ChemKnits Dialogue, just share the yarn that you dyed. It can be rainbow, it doesn't have to be neon, even though the inspiration photo is neon. And also, as I said, I will happily accept any other colorway from any other, oh, that's my rainbow side, any other flag. You know, happily just mention that you're dyeing it for the June Dialogue, because otherwise I might assume that it was from a previous month's Dialogue by accident. And so, yeah, just share it on Instagram using the ChemKnits Dialogue hashtag, or share it on the ChemKnits Facebook page by replying to this photo that is pinned there. Thank you. No, actually, I'll probably go reply to you right I guess as I get off stream. But I was like, oh, it might not be till tomorrow. Because, yeah. I mean, this was awesome. I feel like this is the longest stream I've had in a while. Once upon a time, I had like a 6-hour stream. And once upon a time, I did 2 streams in one day that was a little bit longer. Mom hugs, sister hugs, daughter hugs if needed, you know, friend hugs to everyone. And a huge thank you to everyone who donated to the Trevor Project today. I'm going to check and see, which of course I have to go about this a silly way because they don't show me this on my back end. And we are still at $427.51, which is amazing. It's amazing. And if you're watching this on the replay, you can still donate. This fundraiser, I think I'm going to have it go through the end of July, so that way I can put this on the recap to remind people to donate there as well. But thank you all so much for donating to this amazing organization. And yeah, I really think that what they do and having some a place for kids and teens to go and have someone to talk to is so important, because being a teenager and figuring out who you are can be hard. And if you don't have someone supportive to talk to, and not even just someone supportive, but if you don't have someone who understands what you're going through to talk to, then that could be even harder. And so having a place where kids can get support from anywhere, is just really important. And so that's why it's my pleasure to support the Trevor Project. You'll take this as sister hugs? Yes. Or sibling hugs, whatever you need. Yeah, I mean, I can call myself a sister. Because for Wellesley, we try to be inclusive rather than we talk about siblings more than sisters now, because not everyone identifies as a woman, and so we want to I want to be inclusive as much as I can. But I realize I can refer to myself because I identify as female. But anyway, thank you so much for watching. The recap will be out in mid-July, but I might share some photos on social media before then because I am obsessed. I am obsessed. Subscribe, turn on notifications, all those YouTube-y things help so much here. And yeah, thank you so much for watching. And you'll see, I still don't know where my headband is. You'll see that on the end screen. I don't know what happened to it, but I'm glad I at least found my wristbands. But anyway, thank you all so much, and I will, new episode of Die Cut Weekly tomorrow morning. Bye, everyone!